mehr Platz. Wo lehne mal der feststellen, Arm hoch.
Der namentlichen Abstimmung über den Antrag des Bundeskanzlers gemäß Artikel 68 Grundgesetz bekannt. Abgegebene Stimmkarten 717. Mit Ja haben gestimmt 207, mit Nein haben gestimmt 394. Enthaltung 116. Für die Zustimmung zur Vertrauensfrage des Bundeskanzlers sind mindestens 367 Stimmen erforderlich. Der Antrag des Bundeskanzlers hat die erforderliche Mehrheit von mindestens 367 Ja-Stimmen nicht erreicht. Ich werde dem Bundespräsidenten unverzüglich das Ergebnis der Abstimmung mitteilen. Wir sind damit am Schluss unserer Tagesordnung, auch der Ampel. Die nächste Sitzung des Deutschen Bundestages findet am Mittwoch, den 18. Dezember 2024, 13 Uhr statt. Die Sitzung ist geschlossen. Der namentlichen Abstimmung über den Antrag des Bundeskanzlers gemäß Artikel 68 Grundgesetz bekannt. Abgegebene Stimmkarten 717. Mit Ja haben gestimmt 207, mit Nein haben gestimmt 394. Enthaltung 116. Für die Zustimmung zur Vertrauensfrage des Bundeskanzlers sind mindestens 367 Stimmen erforderlich. Der Antrag des Bundeskanzlers hat die erforderliche Mehrheit von mindestens 367 Ja-Stimmen nicht erreicht. Ich werde dem Bundespräsidenten unverzüglich das Ergebnis der Abstimmung mitteilen. Wir sind damit am Schluss unserer Tagesordnung, auch der Ampel. Die nächste Sitzung des Deutschen Bundestages findet am Mittwoch, den 18. Dezember 2024, 13 Uhr statt. Die Sitzung ist geschlossen.
Jetzt kommt er, Achtung, Achtung. Ja. Die scheiß Hand an, ist ja unglaublich. Jetzt kommt er, Achtung, Achtung. Ja. Die scheiß Hand an, ist ja unglaublich. Jetzt kommt er, Achtung, Achtung. Ja. Die scheiß Hand an, ist ja unglaublich.
Remember, she did it on the borders. That's right. And the insect. That was a highlight. That's right. He's a bit closer this time. What does she actually say? And she said in English. Also nee, ich schick's dir einfach. CSU represents the separatists and exceptions. Really? Right. I think they're a bit different. If there's ever going to be any, if there's ever going to be any secessionists, they have sweet mustard with their white sausages. What? That is weird. What else? Yeah, it's a kingdom. Because they were. The rest of bits of Germany were kingdoms until 1860s, whatever. 71. Definitely, it's called the Free State over there. Okay. So there we go.
I know that extra 35 is so good. Change it.
Ja, schönen guten Tag und herzlich willkommen zum Pressestatement mit Friedrich Merz und Alexander Dobrindt. Herr Merz, bitte.
Ja, meine Damen und Herren, Sie haben das Ergebnis mitbekommen. Der Deutsche Bundestag hat heute das nachvollzogen, was die Mehrheit der Bevölkerung schon seit Monaten entschieden hat. Sie hat dem Bundeskanzler Olaf Scholz das Vertrauen entzogen und dies hat heute der Bundestag ebenfalls getan, so wie geplant. Wir werden unter dieser Bedingung jetzt wahrscheinlich am 23. Februar die Neuwahlen zum Deutschen Bundestag haben können. Der Bundespräsident muss jetzt eine Entscheidung treffen. Ich will darauf hinweisen, dass er mit den Fraktionsvorsitzenden darüber noch einmal sprechen will. Das wird, was meine Person betrifft, morgen geschehen, sodass wir damit rechnen können, dass es in den nächsten Tagen eine Entscheidung gibt. In den Debatten, die Sie mitbekommen haben heute Morgen, sind für alle Bürgerinnen und Bürger in Deutschland die Unterschiede deutlich geworden, wie wir miteinander umgehen, aber auch welche Themen es gibt. Wir wollen in Deutschland einen Politikwechsel. Wir wollen den Politikwechsel in der Wirtschaftspolitik, wir wollen ihn in der Sicherheitspolitik, wir wollen ihn auch in der Art des Umgangs des Staates mit den Bürgerinnen und Bürgern in unserem Land. Diese Abstimmung am 23. Februar, voraussichtlich am 23. Februar, wird auch eine Abstimmung sein über den politischen Stil, mit dem wir uns hier im Deutschen Bundestag begegnen. Auch das haben Sie mitbekommen heute Morgen, dem politischen Mitbewerber die sittliche Reife und den Anstand abzusprechen, so wie der Bundeskanzler es für richtig gehalten hat gegenüber der FDP und insbesondere gegenüber Christian Lindner. Das ist nicht der Stil von uns, das ist der Stil von Olaf Scholz und offensichtlich auch der SPD. Ich will darauf hinweisen, wir werden einen sehr harten Wahlkampf bekommen. Die SPD vor allen Dingen wird nicht davor zurückschrecken, auch Dinge zu sagen, die einfach wahrheitswidrig sind. Sie haben das miterlebt. Es geht dann auch um die Rente. Ich will es noch einmal sagen. Es wird mit uns keine Rentenkürzungen geben. Es bleibt bei der Entscheidung, dass das Renteneintrittsalter bei 67 liegt und nicht darüber. Diejenigen, die länger arbeiten wollen, bekommen von uns ein attraktives Angebot mit der sogenannten Aktivrente, eben auch weiterzuarbeiten, aber nur freiwillig, wenn sie wollen. Und dies auch attraktiv ausgestaltet mit einer Verdopplung des Grundfreibetrages, der dann nicht 1.000 € im Monat, sondern 2.000 € im Monat sein wird. Auf diese Weise wird es sehr attraktiv werden, jenseits des 67. Lebensjahres auch noch zu arbeiten, aber wie gesagt, freiwillig und nicht mit Zwang. Diese Auseinandersetzung steht uns jetzt bevor. Wir werden sie von unserer Seite klar in der Sache, hart in der Sache, aber anständig im Umgang miteinander führen. Ich habe einigen Kolleginnen und Kollegen anderer Fraktionen schon gesagt, es gibt nicht nur den 23. Februar, es gibt auch den 24. Februar 2025. Es gibt den Tag danach. Und am Tag danach müssen wir in der Lage sein, miteinander vernünftig zu reden. Das gilt für die demokratischen Parteien der politischen Mitte allesamt. Und insofern führen wir jetzt zunächst einmal einen Wahlkampf für uns, einen Wahlkampf für die Union mit dem Ziel, dass wir mit Abstand stärkste Fraktion im Deutschen Bundestag werden bei dieser Bundestagswahl. Das können wir schaffen. Wir liegen in den Umfragen zurzeit gut da, aber noch nicht so gut, wie ich es sehe und für möglich halte. Aber Wahlkampf kommt zuerst von Kämpfen und dann von Wählen. In dieser Reihenfolge werden wir jetzt die nächsten 69 Tage bis zum 23. Februar 2025 bestreiten. Und ich will abschließend sagen, ich bin sehr dankbar, dass wir in großer Geschlossenheit in der Unionsfraktion jetzt die letzten 3 Jahre gearbeitet haben. Ich will ausdrücklich auch Alexander Dobrindt noch einmal herzlich danken für die sehr kollegiale, freundschaftliche Zusammenarbeit. Wir wären heute nicht da, wo wir stehen in der Union, wenn wir diese Zusammenarbeit in der Bundestagsfraktion in den letzten 3 Jahren nicht so gehabt hätten. Und deswegen gehen wir jetzt wirklich mit großer Zuversicht in die nächsten Tage. Sie alle wissen, ja, sehen Sie, das ist der grüne Stromausfall. Sie alle wissen, dass wir heute Abend die gemeinsame Begegnung der beiden Parteivorstände von CDU und CSU haben und dann morgen die gemeinsame Parteivorstandssitzung und anschließend die Beschlussfassung über unser gemeinsames Wahlprogramm. Wir gehen also jetzt Schlag für Schlag vor und jetzt gucken wir nicht mehr zurück, sondern wir gucken nach vorn und freuen uns auf die Wahlauseinandersetzung und noch mehr auf den Wahltag am 23. Februar 2025.
Ja, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, Rolf Mützenich hat ja heute gesagt, er empfindet das als einen Tag der Erleichterung. Ich glaube, dass viele Menschen in Deutschland das als einen Tag der Erlösung empfinden. Die sogenannte und selbsternannte Fortschrittskoalition ist endgültig gescheitert. Es war seit langem absehbar, dass das über einen Mangel an Vertrauen stattfindet, das innerhalb der Fraktionen gegenüber dem Bundeskanzler besteht. Und deswegen war auch klar, dass so eine Vertrauensfrage nicht zu seinen Gunsten ausgehen kann. Es ist allerdings deutlich zu spät, dass diese Vertrauensfrage gestellt worden ist. Das hätte sehr viel früher stattfinden können. Vertrauen gab es seit Monaten nicht mehr innerhalb dieser Koalition. Die Rede des Bundeskanzlers heute, sie ist in weiten Teilen eine Rede, die sehr selbstgerecht war. Anschuldigungen in jede Richtung, Vorwürfe in jede Richtung. Das Erläutern, warum diese Ampel nicht funktionieren konnte, nur an der Schuld der anderen zu erklären, das ist ein sehr selbstgerechtes Verhalten. Ich hätte zumindest erwartet, dass man ein kleines Stück an Eigenverantwortung daran erkennt, dass diese Regierung gesprengt worden ist. Olaf Scholz lässt diese Eigenverantwortung nicht erkennen. Deswegen kann man nur sagen, dass ein erhebliches Maß an Realitätsverweigerung und auch Respektlosigkeit in dieser Rede zu erkennen. Die Ampel wird von weiten Teilen der Bevölkerung, und ich teile diese Einschätzung, als Großschadensereignis für Deutschland wahrgenommen. Sie hat dem Land massiv geschadet, weil der Wohlstandsverlust so deutlich erkennbar geworden ist. Sie hat der Gesellschaft geschadet, weil sie die Polarisierung immer weiter vorangetrieben hat. Und sie hat auch dem politischen System geschadet, weil die radikalen Ränder einen deutlichen Zuwachs erfahren haben. Und deswegen ist es gut, dass diese Ampel heute ihr Ende genommen hat.
Gut, dann kommen wir zu Ihren Fragen. Der Herr Rinke von Reuters,
Ja,
bitte.
Herr Rinke.
Herr Merz, Sie hatten angekündigt, dass Sie nach der
Ja.
Vertrauensabstimmung mit SPD und Grünen noch reden wollen über Projekte, weil vorher das Misstrauen so groß war, dass der Kanzler seine Meinung
Ja.
noch. Und dann konnte, jetzt sind wir soweit. Deswegen zwei Fragen. Werden Sie bei der kalten Progression und Kindergeld zustimmen? Und können Sie uns noch andere Projekte sagen, wo Sie
Ja.
eventuell auch noch Zustimmungsmöglichkeiten sehen?
Ich habe das gestern Abend, Herr Rinke, schon in der ARD gesagt, dass die Verabschiedung des höheren Kindergeldes und des höheren Kindergeldzuschlages genauso wie der Ausgleich der kalten Progression an uns nicht scheitern wird. Und wir haben heute Morgen im geschäftsführenden Fraktionsvorstand und auch anschließend in der Bundestagsfraktion darüber nochmal gesprochen. Es wird von uns eine Zustimmung geben dafür. Und der Bundeskanzler muss dann allerdings mit den Ländern in die Verhandlungen eintreten, ob auch die Länder zustimmen, denn mehr als die Hälfte der Steuerausfälle gehen zulasten der Länder. Und das ist eine Sache des Bundeskanzlers. Ich werde am Donnerstagabend mit den Ministerpräsidenten der Union über diese Frage sprechen. Das müssen auch die Länder bezahlen können. Das ist ein nicht unerheblicher Steuerausfall für die Länder, aber diese Frage, die müssen wir zunächst hier im Deutschen Bundestag nicht beantworten. Wir haben schon längere Zeit verabredet, dass wir die Änderungen des Grundgesetzes im Hinblick auf die Stärkung des Bundesverfassungsgerichtes mittragen. Darüber wird es dann voraussichtlich am Mittwoch eine Abstimmung geben mit einer Zweidrittelmehrheit zur Änderung des Grundgesetzes, am Freitag im Bundesrat. Weitere Themen habe ich im Augenblick nicht im Blick. Es gibt noch das Gasumlagegesetz, das gemacht werden muss, um die europäischen Nachbarn von der Gasumlage auszunehmen. Das ist ein Gesetz, dem wir uns anschließen können. Es gibt noch eine Ergänzung dieses Gesetzes, die hängt zusammen mit der Windkraft und der Landesplanung in Nordrhein-Westfalen, von der ich hoffe, dass es gelingt, auch dazu noch einen Konsens zu erzielen. Aber das ist alles nochmal Gegenstand der Gespräche auch in dieser Woche.
Ich darf vielleicht in Ergänzung dazu auch sagen, wir haben in den letzten Wochen immer deutlich gemacht, dass wir die kalte Progression, das Kindergeld, den Kinderfreibetrag, dass wir, wenn er nicht entschieden wird, den in einer neuen Regierung auch rückwirkend entscheiden werden. Darum war mancher Vorhalt, der heute zu hören war, auch nicht nur ungerechtfertigt, sondern bewusst unfair so vorgetragen. Wir haben das zu jeder Zeit deutlich gemacht, dass wir ein Interesse daran haben, dass diese Entlastungen kommen. Es war die Ampel, die sich über Monate nicht darauf verständigen konnte. Wir hätten es ohnehin nachgeholt. Wenn das jetzt vorher zu machen ist, dann kann man mit uns selbstverständlich darüber reden.
Dann haben wir einmal noch die Frau Sievert von T-Online, bitte.
Ja.
24. Februar gibt. Vergangene Woche haben Sie auch über Politik und Anstand in einem Video bei Joko und Klaas gesprochen. Das scheint ja immer wieder Thema zu sein. Es gibt ja aber nicht nur die CDU, sondern eben auch die CSU.
Gott sei Dank.
Morgen stellen Sie mit Markus Söder das Wahlprogramm gemeinsam vor. Wie oft kann man sagen, nicht mit der CSU, wenn es um die Grünen geht, bis es kein Zurück mehr gibt? Und war das heute im Bundestag eigentlich ein erstes Revival schwarz-gelber Zuneigung, was wir gemacht haben?
Also nicht mit der CSU, habe ich nie gesagt. Ich weiß nicht, was Sie meinen.
Markus Söder wiederholt ja immer wieder, dass es
Ach so.
mit der CSU geht.
Also wir haben eine gemeinsame, klare Haltung zur grünen Wirtschaftspolitik, zu dieser Bundesregierung in allen Bestandteilen. Ich bin heute deswegen auch etwas freundlicher zur FDP gewesen, weil wir erstens in der Sache einige Übereinstimmungen hatten und zum Zweiten, weil ich das als eine wirkliche Niedertracht empfunden habe, wie der Bundeskanzler mit dem FDP-Vorsitzenden und dem früheren Finanzminister Christian Lindner umgegangen ist. Das ist das Gegenteil von dem, was wir uns gegenseitig an Anstand zugesagt haben für diese Wahl, für diesen Wahlkampf. Mich hat das nicht überrascht. Es gibt einen kleinen Vorgeschmack auf das, was wir noch von der SPD zu erwarten haben. Aber wir bleiben hier bei unserer Linie. Wir werden uns in der Sache hart auseinandersetzen, aber wir werden alles tun, um hier auch den gegenseitigen Respekt nicht zu verlieren.
Wenn man die heutige Debatte verfolgt hat und die Rede von Friedrich Merz und meine Rede betrachtet hat, dann findet man auch im Umgang mit Robert Habeck und den Grünen da keinen Unterschied. Wir sind uns vollkommen einig und CDU und CSU gehen diesen Weg gemeinsam. Da gibt es auch überhaupt keine Widersprüchlichkeiten und ich darf an der Stelle auch ein herzliches Dankeschön sagen, dass wir heute hier stehen können, an so einem Tag gemeinsam hier stehen können. Das hat damit zu tun, dass wir in der Vergangenheit, in den vergangenen Jahren exzellent zusammengearbeitet haben. So viel Union, so viel CDU und CSU gemeinsam wie heute hat es schon seit langer Zeit nicht mehr gegeben. Deswegen auch dir, lieber Friedrich, ein herzliches Dankeschön dafür.
Gut, okay. Also, ja. Go ahead, but I will
Vielen
answer.
Dank. Danke Ihnen.
Ja.
Sorry.
Next time. Next time.
Dankeschön.
Dankeschön. Danke.
can I say how wonderful it's been to have Penny and Richard with us here in London today. I've seen Penny Wong lots since starting the job in Washington, D.C., in Laos, in New York, and in Samoa. And we had lots of contact previously when I was Shadow Foreign Secretary. But today was different. It was a chance to step back. And as Penny says, we face the most challenging strategic circumstances in the post-war world. With DPRK troops in Ukraine, it's clear that the Indo-Pacific and the Euro-Atlantic security are now indivisible, and we are holding this AUKMIN at a time when clearly global growth is stuttering. And so with the energy and tech transition fueling geopolitical competition, it has been hugely important to continue to share our common assessment of the challenges that we face. And it's clear too that the Indo-Pacific will deliver over half of the world's global growth over the next period. We don't characterize under this government our focus on the Indo-Pacific as a tilt. We see it as a systemic must for responding to these challenges. Our shared history has produced thriving multicultural democracy, and I admire Penny's trailblazing as an Asian Australian in Australian politics. Clearly, our Five Eyes partnership is unique, and AUKUS too will transform our defence and industrial cooperation long after we have left office, and many of us in this room are still alive. That's how important it is to our global security. And we see it as a floor, not a ceiling, on our security partnership, and we hope that it will continue to drive growth and jobs in both of our economies. We have many economic opportunities. The UK formally, of course, acceded to the CPTPP yesterday, and it now comprises 12 economies with 15% of global GDP. Both our countries share a very common outlook. We're aligned on so many issues. AUKUS, of course, reinforces our commitment to a free, open Indo-Pacific. On China, Penny has spoken of cooperating where we can, but disagreeing where we must, and we in the UK repeat that. And our shared commitment also to the Global South, which was on display at CHOGM, and our strong belief in the Commonwealth system. Today we've agreed how we take that cooperation even further. John and Richard will talk further about our cooperation in Ukraine, particularly if Putin got away with it, we would all pay the price from Europe to the Indo-Pacific. We welcome Australia's growing climate leadership. We back their bid to host COP31 with Pacific Island partners. We're excited about our bilateral climate and energy partnership that we signed at COP29, and we're joining up our efforts to help Pacific Island partners, particularly on the issue of climate finance and their investment in clean energy. We will do more in the Indo-Pacific, delivering joint training in Pacific Island partners on hydrography, where we both have cutting-edge expertise. It's been a very productive day, hugely important, and I think significant that we've been able to have AUKMIN twice within the space of a year. Penny.
Thanks very much, David. Can I begin by thanking you and John for hosting us here in London for AUKMIN, and say how much we have enjoyed the engagement and the discussion today. Holding this meeting twice in 1 year is a recognition of two things: the sharpening strategic circumstances we face, but also, importantly, the enduring close strategic partnership these two nations share. And that was reaffirmed in the discussions today. The depth and dynamism of our partnership was on display. It's a partnership grounded in our history, but also our values, and one we are transforming as we face this increasingly unstable and uncertain world together. As David said, and he and I want to say how much I've appreciated my engagement with the Foreign Secretary since he's been elected, but also prior to that. And we share a great deal in terms of worldviews, different histories, but very similar worldviews. The context of these discussions is clear. As David said, we are navigating the most complex strategic environment since the end of World War II. And the rules that protect our nations are under pressure, possibly more than ever before. So that's why we're working together to protect and uphold the rules. That's why we insist all countries abide by international law, adhere to international law, because we recognise that we all benefit from a world where there are agreed rules which manage disputes. We discussed our unwavering support for Ukraine in the face of Russia's illegal and immoral invasion. We are united in our condemnation of the DPRK's support for Russia, and today I have joined David and other partners to reiterate our strongest condemnation of the DPRK's increasing military cooperation with Russia. We've coordinated closely and been united in our approach to the Middle East and the work to helping to break the cycle of violence in the Middle East. And I want to thank David personally for his support of our drive to protect aid workers in conflict zones, and today we agree to work more closely to advance Australia's declaration for the protection of humanitarian personnel. Obviously, we spoke at length today about the Indo-Pacific and our shared commitment to the AUKUS partnership. It is the purpose of which is to contribute to stability in our region. In other areas, we welcome the United Kingdom's commitment to ensuring a peaceful, stable and prosperous region, including in agreeing to formalise a maritime security dialogue. David's spoken about the importance of the climate and energy partnership, which we discussed at CHOGM in Samoa, and today we've agreed to improve climate finance access to the Pacific. We welcome the United Kingdom's endorsement of the Pacific Quality Infrastructure Principles aimed at improving the quality of infrastructure investments in the Pacific. We work together on digital development to strengthen the digital ecosystem and resilience in the region. And of course, we also welcome today the UK's accession to the Comprehensive Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership, which took effect yesterday and builds on the success of our bilateral trade agreement. There's a lot more we could talk about, but I want to close these opening remarks by again reiterating my personal thanks to my friend David and also to John and your teams for hosting us here today.
Thank you, Penny. For me, as a new Defence Secretary, it's a real privilege to be on this platform with Richard and Penny and David, and a real pleasure to welcome and host Richard for the third time in less than 5 months in this job. And in many ways, that's as it should be for the Defence Minister and Deputy Prime Minister of a nation that is one of our closest, longest-standing allies in this world. One, of course, with a long sporting rivalry as well, which continued this morning before first light around St James's Park when he bested me on a 5k run. Mind you, he's a 7k a man. He's a 7k a day man. I'm a 3k once in a blue moon man. So the outcome was never really in doubt, Richard, but it was a pleasure to do it. Look, our two countries share an enduring, unbreakable bond, a bond that's of increasing importance in an increasingly unstable and threatening world. We are the closest of allies, Australia and the UK. We fight together, we stand together, and we underline the increasing indivisibility between security in the Euro-Atlantic area and security in the Indo-Pacific area. And that's really at the heart of why these talks and this meeting between the four ministers, in my view, was so important. We met, of course, after a weekend where we saw the Russian bombardment of Ukraine reach a new intensity. Over 100 ballistic and cruise missiles fired over the weekend, more than 200 drones, a time when Ukraine requires its staunchest allies to step up. And part of our discussions were to make together a commitment that we will stand by Ukraine, we will remain steadfast allies of Ukraine, and we will step up the support we are willing to give Ukraine. I was able to thank Australia for the extraordinary help and contribution they've made to the UK-led training program, Interflex, which has trained over 50,000 Ukrainian soldiers. We've made the commitment that that will continue throughout 2025, and Australia today has also confirmed their commitment that they will be involved in that training throughout 2025. And we talked about ways that we can potentially step up that training support to Ukraine. We talked about ways we could step up support through the UK-led International Fund for Ukraine, and also through the capability coalitions that we are both committed to supporting. In the Indo-Pacific, we unsurprisingly focused a great deal of our discussions on the challenge of maintaining peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific, the challenge of China increasingly active, increasingly assertive in the region, and the vital importance of maintaining both deterrence and freedom of navigation. So in that vein, we discussed plans for the UK Carrier Strike Group visit during the course of 2025, made the announcement that the carrier will visit Australia in Darwin. It'll be the first time a UK carrier has visited and docked in Australia since 1997. And I was able to thank Australia for the support they're offering throughout the Carrier Strike Group's deployment. And crucially for us, we're able to join what is perhaps one of the most exacting military exercises that we can put our own ships and we can put our own forces through, with the Talisman Sabre exercise, which will join north of Australia next year. We're looking to develop our defence cooperation more fully in the year ahead. We will develop further the historic partnership that we have through AUKUS now with the US, but particularly with the UK and Australia. This is a programme that will boost jobs and growth in both of our countries, as well as boosting our national security. We will, in the UK, look to accelerate the validation exercise that will allow Aussie firms to increasingly play a part in the supply chains in Britain to our submarine building programs now, ahead of the point at which we start also to develop and build the SSN AUKUS submarines in the future. Why are we doing this? Because it helps wire our two countries together. It reinforces our joint commitment to the AUKUS program, and it makes that program itself more resilient and more likely to succeed. And finally, we face a new global period of insecurity. And in this new era of global insecurity, the one thing that is certain is that our two nations could not be more secure in the partnership and the commitment they have to work together. And I thank you for that.
Well, thank you, John, and thank you, David. It's really been an enormous pleasure for Penny and I to be with you today, to have such fruitful conversations as part of the second AUKMIN of this year. This morning, I had the distinct honour of being presented by John the Victoria Cross, which was awarded to Private Richard Norden for actions that occurred in May of 1968 in the Battle of the Fire Support Base Coral in the aftermath of the Tet Offensive. That we did that presentation in the office of the Duke of Wellington, and so there was some history to that. This is the 103rd Victoria Cross which has been awarded to an Australian. The first was awarded in July of 1900 by Neville House for actions that took place in that month, 6 months before Australia federated. And of course, as people will know, the Victoria Cross, the actual Victoria, the medal, is fashioned out of metal that is taken from 2 or 3, I think, captured cannons of Russia during the Crimea War. The history of the Victoria Cross in so many ways speaks to the history and the depth of the relationship between our two defence forces, between our two militaries. As I said, it extends prior to the formation of Australia itself. And this is the most significant, the oldest, the deepest defence relationship that we have had. And perhaps because of that, the legal underpinning of it had never really been put in place until this year. It was at the Orkmin in Adelaide at the beginning of this year that we signed the Defence, Security and Cooperation Agreement, which, as we've observed in this Orkmin, will be ratified shortly within both of our systems. During the course of this year, we've also put in place the interim submarine cooperation and delivery arrangement, which is underpinning the day-to-day workings of the AUKUS arrangement between our two countries. In August of this year, we signed the trilateral treaty agreement between Australia, the UK and the United States, which gives expression to the optimal pathway that we announced in March of last year. We've also announced that there will be a bilateral expression of that treaty through a treaty that will be negotiated between Australia and the United Kingdom. Progress on that has been very satisfactory, and today we can say that we look forward to being able to sign that treaty in the coming months. All of that speaks to the fact that the Orkmins which have occurred in the course of this year are really putting in place the legal underpinning of the oldest defence relationship that Australia has with the United Kingdom. And befitting that relationship and the legal underpinning that we have put in place, what we are also seeing and what we've discussed today is an increased tempo in the operations and the exercises which are occurring between our two defence forces. As John said, next year we will see a UK carrier strike group come to the Indo-Pacific, which will have a huge impact. It will participate in exercise Talisman Sabre, which is the signature exercise which occurs for the Australian Defence Force, and this will be the biggest presence of the UK at Talisman Sabre in the history of this exercise. The Carrier Strike Group will also participate in exercise Basama Lima, which is the signature exercise of the Five Powers Defence Arrangement, a multilateral arrangement which involves both the United Kingdom and Australia within the Indo-Pacific, along with Singapore, Malaysia and New Zealand. Today we can announce that there will be a number of Australian elements participating in the Carrier Strike Group, which will include at times HMAS Sydney and Brisbane, 2 destroyers which will participate in the Carrier Strike Group's activities. This builds on work which occurred this year with exercise Predator Run, which saw UK Marines training with the Australian Army in littoral exercises, which is so important in terms of developing the mobile army which Australia needs. We're seeing increased cooperation between our defence forces in the joint operations space and special forces across our intelligence agencies, including ASD, the Australian Signals Directorate, and GCHQ here in the United Kingdom. As John said, part of this is the work that we are doing together in the support of Ukraine. In 2022, we first announced that Australia would participate in Operation Interflex, which sees the training of soldiers in the Ukrainian armed forces. Today, we're announcing that we will extend our participation in Operation Interflex through till the end of 2025 as part of an ongoing contribution that we continue to make to the support of Ukraine, and we do so very much with the leadership of the United Kingdom and with the guidance of the United Kingdom in terms of how Australia can best contribute to supporting Ukraine in its conflict. Finally, we discussed AUKUS today and the really considerable progress which is being made and has been made over the course of the last 3 years. Again, as John said, we are looking at how we can accelerate the process by which Australian companies can be certified to contribute to the supply chain here in the United Kingdom for the building of the Astute class program, which will be really important. We've also looked at how we can develop and bring to conclusion very quickly the build schedule for the build of SSN AUKUS in Adelaide. As part of this, we are establishing the Submarine Program Interface Office, which will be based in Bristol, and in the coming months we'll see about a dozen Australians participating in that program office, which will be really essential in terms of managing the day-to-day delivery of AUKUS Pillar 1. There is much more that we discussed in the course of today, but all of that speaks to the fact that with our oldest relationship with the United Kingdom, we now, in 2024, have very much a strategic dimension to that relationship, which is very profound and makes this one of the most significant relationships that Australia has with any country in the world. And for Penny and I, we feel very grateful that we are able to manage that relationship with both David and John in what has been an exceedingly productive conversation today.
Thank you very much. Now questions from the media. We've got Deborah Haynes at Sky News.
Thank you, Foreign Secretary. Obviously, there's a lot of news today about this alleged Chinese spy. How worried are you that Yang Tengbo is just the tip of the iceberg and that actually the British public can expect many more Chinese nationals being banned from travelling to the UK? And if I may, just on Syria, please, you've said that the UK can engage diplomatically with Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, this rebel group that led the taking of Damascus. Can you give a bit more detail about that? What does that engagement look like? Are you talking to members of the transitional government? And if I may have a question for the Australian Foreign Minister, please. Obviously, Australia understands fully the threat posed by China, but as well, it's a big economic power and there is a need for dialogue. The UK government is undertaking a review, a China audit of its policy on China. But given that Donald Trump is about to return to the White House and given his very strong view on seeing China as a threat, is it delusional to think that you can have any kind of meaningful, positive relationship with Beijing when a core member of the AUKUS trilateral alliance is Donald Trump and the United States? Thank you.
I think that was 3 questions from Sky News, but we will attempt to answer them. Could I begin on Syria? I can confirm today that we have sent a delegation of senior UK officials to Damascus this week for meetings with the new interim Syrian authorities and members of civil society groups in Syria, and it underlies our commitment to Syria. Yesterday I announced a £50 million package of humanitarian aid, also further money to help secure chemical weapon stockpiles in Syria. It was important that we were represented in Aqaba at the weekend. We confirm, of course, our support for the principles that have been set out, an inclusive transitional political process that is Syrian-led and Syrian-owned. On China, I welcome the court's decision to uphold the Home Office's position on Yang's exclusion, and where individuals pose a threat, as you would expect, the UK government is absolutely committed to using the full range of powers available to disrupt them. I raised these issues when I was in Beijing a few weeks ago. This case does not exist, sadly, in a vacuum. The UK is in the most complex threat environment that we've seen for a very significant time, including terrorism and states, including China, Iran, and Russia, that pose a threat to us. 6 individuals have been charged under our National Security Act to date. So we recognise the threat, we've raised it with the Chinese government, and we will act wherever we need to.
Thank you. So I think the question goes to, given the that President-elect Trump has articulated his view about the US competition with China, what are the implications for the rest of us? And I think we're very clear-eyed about our relationship with China. I've described it in various ways: cooperate where we can, disagree where we must, engage in our national interest, and that reflects the reality of the relationship, which is there are areas where we can cooperate, where we do engage economically, where we do engage on other areas, but also recognises there are areas where we are going to disagree because of who we are and because of our interests. I think it's important for us all to bring a degree of realism to the relationship with China. The first is China, as I've said publicly, China is going to continue to be China. And we understand China is doing what great powers do. We, from Australia's perspective, and this is why, in part, why we are here, we want to work with others to uphold our interests. Secondly, China is not going anywhere. It will continue to be a very important part of the global economy and of the strategic landscape of the globe. And we also have to, we deal with that reality as well in the way we approach our relationship with China, but also how we approach our relationship with others in support of strategic stability in our region.
Ben Downey, 7 News Australia.
Thank you. Minister Wong, is Yang Tangbo currently able to enter Australia, or has he already under a travel ban? And given the history of Chinese foreign interference in Australian institutions, at these talks were you able to share any experience or strategies and tactics with your foreign counterparts? And on Syria as well, have you engaged at all with HTS? Thank you.
In relation to the first, obviously that's a decision for the Home Affairs Minister, but I can say to you that for some time now, Australia has understood that the resilience of our democracy is an important part of assuring our democracy, regardless of the ways in which, the vectors by which the resilience might be tested. We put in place on a bipartisan basis when we were in opposition, and I was part of the Intelligence Committee that recommended this, foreign interference legislation and a framework to deal with foreign interference. So we have a degree of experience. There's always a lot more to do, but a degree of experience in how we seek to regulate the engagement that you describe, and to assure assure ourselves that the democracy is resilient. In terms of Syria, not to my knowledge. We obviously did discuss the leadership role that the United Kingdom plays in the Middle East and the events in Syria today.
Daniel Sheridan at The Telegraph.
Hi, this is for David Lammy. The Foreign Secretary do you think that Prince Andrew should reveal any money he's received as a result of his dealings with the alleged spy?
This is a serious matter. Whilst we have been conducting Auckland today, there has clearly been a statement in Parliament. The National Security Minister has dealt with issues that have arisen from parliamentarians, and I underline what I have said. We have a National Security Act. 6 individuals have been detained under that Act. This is an issue that I raised when I was in Beijing, and I am content that the system, in response to what we have found, has acted appropriately on behalf of the British people. And Rob Harris, Europe correspondent for the Sydney Morning Herald.
Thank you. Secretary Healy and Minister Miles, if possible. On Ukraine, given attention is now turning to a potential peace deal, and we know what President Zelensky has put down in terms of that, do you see peacekeeping troops, European peacekeeping troops, as essential to that security guarantee that President Zelensky is asking for? Does that include British troops? And Minister Miles, how far, given the involvement of China and North Korea in the Ukrainian conflict, how far is Australia prepared to go in contributing to any sort of peacekeeping action? Would that include troops?
So I think it's important not to get ahead of ourselves. I explained what Ukraine is facing now. Our task and our duty now is to support Ukraine in every way that we can, to resist the Russian offensive, to hold and retake its ground, and to put itself in the strongest possible position if President Zelensky decides to start talking as well, or instead of fighting. When that moment comes, our job as allied nations that stand steadfast with Ukraine is to support them in any negotiations, just as we will through any battlefield fighting. And one of the important things that we discussed today, that we affirm publicly, is our commitment to stand with Ukraine throughout 2025. It's designed to reinforce the confidence of the Ukrainian people that it has allies in the West that will stand with them as long as it takes. And it's designed also to a message to Putin that he cannot prevail, he will not prevail, and Ukraine will have our support for as long as it needs.
John really has answered the question. I mean, our focus right now is on supporting Ukraine now, such that it can resolve this conflict on its terms. And we spoke a lot about this during the course of today's meeting. In fact, during the course of this year, Australia has committed $650 million of support to Ukraine, which is about half of the military support that we have committed to Ukraine since the beginning of the war. So that actually represents an increased tempo, if you like, of the commitments that we have made. And we spoke a lot about how we can continue to provide support during the course of 2025, and the announcement that we will continue or extend our contribution to Operation Interflex is an example of that. But we will continue to look at ways in which we can support Ukraine for as long as it takes, and we work really closely with the UK in terms of what that commitment looks like. I mean, obviously we work closely with Ukraine itself, but the role that is being played by the United Kingdom in support of Ukraine, I think, has been inspirational, as has, of course, the resistance that's been shown by Ukraine itself. And we have greatly appreciated Britain's leadership in the way in which it has convened support amongst countries around the world, including Australia, for Ukraine, and we'll continue to work with Britain in terms of what support we can continue to provide.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Good morning. I think it's still morning. How is everyone out there? I love it. And I just want to say thank you for being here. It is such an honor to be here with you today on behalf of the nearly 13 million working people in the AFL-CIO and on behalf of working Americans everywhere across this country. I cannot tell you how powerful it is to be part of this celebration. For someone who, to me, is an unsung hero in our national story, who has inspired millions of women, millions of workers, and is directly responsible for so many of the rights and benefits we have as working people today across this country. Now, I think about Frances Perkins a lot, a glass ceiling breaker, someone who has opened doors for people like me to have a seat at that leadership table. She gave this great speech at the American Association of University Women in 1939. She was 6 years into her role as the Secretary of Labor, first woman, of course, cabinet member, we know. It was at the tail end of the Depression, and the New Deal had been implemented. And as she went to the stage, she pulled out this little handwritten note that she had written actually 8 years earlier. And it had scribbled down on this little, you can imagine this piece of paper, a list of ideas that at the time she thought would be good for policymakers to consider. She thought the government should think about shorter working hours, right? Higher wages, help for the elderly and unemployed, abolishing child labor, measures for industrial safety, and the right to organize a union and bargain collectively. Those ideas that as she gave that speech were all now a reality. And she said they were made possible because at no point did anyone in the administration say, we're satisfied. That's good enough. President Roosevelt, Secretary Perkins, every worker who stood with them, they kept fighting. And as Frances Perkins said in that speech, and I quote, "A healthy discontent keeps us alert to the changing needs of our time." President Biden, since you were first coming up in the Senate, you've led with that same spirit that Frances Perkins was talking about. That ability to say, we are not satisfied, that's not good enough for workers and families all over this country. They deserve dignity, they deserve respect, they deserve a fair shot. Because of you and Acting Secretary Julie Su and this team, we have taken massive steps forward these last 4 years. For the first time in history, a president of the United States stood with union members on a picket line. We have seen a Department of Labor that actually works for working people. We've seen overtime expand and non-competes banned and generational investments in this country that are creating millions of good union jobs. Nothing short of amazing. It's a historic record. And we're going to move forward with that same healthy discontent that Secretary Perkins spoke about. We're going to defend that record and fight to build on it every single day. And I am so honored now to introduce someone who has led the Department of Labor in a way that Secretary Perkins would be damn proud of. She has taken the fight to anyone who tries to exploit working people. She has stood with our unions. She has turned DOL into a true house of labor. Yeah. And I'll just say I have watched her, and I have seen how she has helped navigate through conflict all across this country. When we've seen workers rising up in historic numbers, she has been there and helped with contract fights and settle strikes and really delivered for working people. So with that, it is my great honor to introduce Acting Secretary of Labor, Julie Su.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Thank you so much. Please have a seat. Thank you, and thank you so much to President Schuler. On a day that we are talking about history-making women, it is phenomenal to have worked alongside you and to have had a front row seat to your history-making leadership. And I also want to thank my friend and colleague, Secretary Deb Haaland, for making the announcement about this monument here at the Frances Perkins Building today. So this is no ordinary day at the Department of Labor. Not only because we honor Frances Perkins, by all accounts, the most consequential labor secretary our country has ever seen, but this day is really special because we are also doing something else. So today, we are at the Department of Labor. We are honoring a Secretary of Labor with all of you, dozens of labor leaders and labor organizers and our labor champions in Congress. And so it's really no surprise to anybody who knows President Biden that we are doing this here today all together. It's sort of like that commercial about Reese's peanut butter cups. President Biden and labor just go together. Now, Mr. President, you have made history time and time again with your commitment to working people. And while you are here to honor one of my predecessors, we're here to induct you into the Labor Hall of Honor. Now, the Hall of Honor is how we acknowledge the labor heroes of America. And as we reflect on your legacy, Mr. President, the way that you always had workers' backs, the way that you put workers first, there is really no one like you. My fellow cabinet members know this, but in the Oval Office across from your desk, you hung a portrait of Franklin D. Roosevelt, of course, the president that named Frances Perkins labor secretary. And Frances Perkins was no bystander to history. She lived at its fiery edge. She witnessed the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory fire in 1911, a horror that took 146 garment workers' lives, mostly immigrant women and girls. And it was there, in the ashes of that tragedy, that she made the decision to devote her life to justice for workers. And it's a reminder that how we use our power matters. Now, President Biden promised to be the most pro-worker, pro-union president this country has ever seen. And he has gotten up each day and delivered on that promise. Never before has a president wielded the power of the office so unapologetically on behalf of the people who break their backs, building our bridges, teaching our children, picking our crops, nursing our sick, making the things we rely on, connecting our communities, and making our country function. And never before has a president so thoroughly dismantled the rusty machinery of trickle-down economics. The decades-long con that has told working people to just be patient while CEOs got rich. We know who's in the room today, obviously. Mr. President, you haven't just spoken about being pro-worker, you have acted on it every single day. From the outset, You told Amazon warehouse workers from Bessemer, Alabama to Staten Island, New York, that the right to organize was theirs, full stop, without interference, without coercion, and without the corporate bullying that's all too common. As President Schuler already mentioned, you are the first sitting president to walk a picket line, a sitting president throwing his weight behind labor's most fundamental first principle of the way to exercise power and resistance. You have protected workers' wages and benefits and made it clear that federal dollars are not blank checks, that under your watch, unprecedented federal investments in infrastructure, manufacturing, clean energy, and our environment don't just repair roads and replace pipes and build factories, but build lives by creating good jobs that sustain families and communities. This is not empty rhetoric or fleeting gestures. These actions are seismic. When you said unions make America strong, it mattered. And today, unions are more popular than they have been in my lifetime, maybe even in yours, Mr. President. Since you came to office, union election petitions have doubled, and 400,000 workers have joined a union for the first time. Pensions that were on the brink of collapse have been salvaged, allowing workers to retire with security and dignity, the security and dignity that they earned. Under your leadership, worker fatalities and injuries are down, and employers who hire children to do dangerous jobs know, not on your watch. Under your leadership, the department and the National Labor Relations Board have roared back to life, enforcing laws with the ferocity that workers deserve. NLRB Chair Lauren McFerrin and General Counsel Jennifer Abruzzo, thank you for showing how that is done. Under your leadership, you said that a worker-centered president should have a worker-centered trade strategy. And U.S. Trade Representative Catherine Tai showed us how that is done. You've said again and again, collective bargaining works. And on your behalf, I have been at the bargaining table more times than several of my predecessors combined. We've set a new standard, not just for the number of collective bargaining agreements that we've helped achieve, but the nature of our engagement. We come to the table not to pressure parties to come to an agreement, but to achieve outcomes that value workers for what they are worth. When dock workers on the East Coast and the West Coast were negotiating their contracts, a lot of people said, invoke Taft-Hartley, the way your predecessors have done in the past. In fact, when companies said to me, just use Taft-Hartley, this president did it, I would look them in the eye and say, do you know who my boss is? That is not going to happen. And under your watch, workers from auto workers to airline flight attendants, from hospitality to healthcare, from actors and writers to machinists to longshoremen have won record contracts. And those gains, most of them are locked in for the next 4 years or more. Under your leadership, Mr. President, workers' organizing has been seen not as a threat to democracy, but the beating heart of democracy. So, thank you, Mr. President, for your courage, for your clarity, and your unwavering commitment to the simple but revolutionary idea that workers deserve their fair share. Thank you for nominating me 2 years ago to be your Secretary of Labor, and for entrusting me and the people who work in the Francis Perkins building with the profound responsibility to help you deliver on your promise to the working people across this country, that you saw them, you heard them, and you were going to fight for them. Only under your leadership would the things that we've accomplished even be possible or imaginable. And the story of that generational impact has still yet to be fully told. To me, the Hall of Honor is about making sure that those who have shaped our country's labor history are forever enshrined for all to see and to learn about. I have inducted working people, farm workers, garment workers, LGBTQ workers into the Hall of Honor. Those workers have changed the course of history. And today, it is a point of immense personal and professional pride to induct the best advocate and ally these workers have ever had. Scranton Joe, Union Joe, President Joseph R. Biden, the 46th President of the United States.
It's a good day. Thank you, Acting Secretary Sue. Thank you. I had no choice. My grandfather come down from heaven if I didn't do this. Excuse me, I have a little bit of a cold. Folks, you know, it's an incredible honor. I really mean that. And I want to thank Acting Secretary Sue and the Department of Labor for this incredible honor. You know, I measure the importance of any award I ever received based on the character and consequence of the organization that's bestowing it. And the Department of Labor is an organization of character and consequence. And I'm honored. I'm honored to be joined today by leaders of character and conscience. Many of you sit right here in the front row. Half my cabinet's here. I want to thank all the labor leaders here today, including Liz and the AFL-CIO, members of the cabinet, including Interior Secretary Deb Haaland. You know, you talked about that list that the secretary brought in her pocket when she met with Trump, with Roosevelt. Trump, Freudian slip. And, I think she had a relative she left behind. Would you stand up, Madam Secretary, Secretary of Interior? I've been around a long time. She's the only secretary I've ever worked with or had working for me. When I say that's done, she said, no, we have this to do now. Thank you, kiddo. Look, you know, former labor secretary who's now in the White House Senior Advisors Corps is Tom Perez. Tom, thanks for sticking with me. And members of Congress, including Maine Senator Angus King and Shirley Pingree, where are you guys? It's all over here. Okay, there you go. And by the way, last night we were doing a Christmas event at the house, and I get finished talking to a group of folks from labor, and my wife said, and by the way, his wife's a member of a labor union too. I'm Jill Biden's husband. She's not here today, but she's been a long-time union member of the National Education Association. And it's fitting, with all these powerful women here, that we're gathered at the headquarters of the Department of Labor. Named after one of America's greatest labor leaders. Now, that's not hyperbole. Frances Perkins. You know, we're honored to be joined by her grandson, Tomlin. Where are you, Tomlin? Thank you, Bud. Saturday, March 25th, 1911. Frances sat down for afternoon tea at her home with a close friend from New York City. Suddenly, they hear the sound of a distant screams and sirens. The building was in flames. Her instinct was to run to the scene. As she approached the fire and smoke, she recognized the Triangle Shirt Factory, a company that employed hundreds of workers, mostly immigrants and women who worked long hours, crammed into tight quarters, where managers locked them inside to make clothing. In an instant, those workers are trapped in a brutal blaze with no safe exit. Some workers forced to climb out the windows, holding on for dear life until their fingers gave out. Others just jumped, prayed and jumped. A total of 150 lives were lost that day. It was the deadliest industrial disaster in American history. Frances was devastated, but that fire ignited a passion in her and strengthened her resolve to fight even harder for working Americans and working families. In her decades of service, she became a fierce defender of unions and workers' rights, an architect of the New Deal, the first woman cabinet secretary, I increased on that a little bit because I know what my family's like. All the really bright people in my family are women. And the longest serving Secretary of Labor in American history. God love you. And the story goes, after Franklin Roosevelt asked her to become his labor secretary, Frances Perkins immediately responded by outlining her goals, what she wanted done. She said, I want unemployment relief, overtime pay, child labor laws, minimum wage, workers' compensation, national health insurance, and Social Security. Many of the benefits we take for granted as a consequence of Frances' dedication, insight, and courage. But that, can you imagine walking up to Roosevelt saying, no, here, I'll take the job, but here's the deal, man. Let's get this straight. Like I said, a little bit like when I asked Frances to do my job. Hard-fought battles with Teamsters and, a real testament to her skill as an advocate for public servants. An example that through the Fair Labor Standards Act, she cemented the idea that if you're working a full-time job, you shouldn't have to live in poverty. A simple proposition. If you work a little extra, you should have extra money for overtime. Not a crazy idea. Some even argue about it now. Frances understood what my dad taught me. And you've heard me say this 1,000 times, but he really would say this. He said, Joey, a job's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. It's about your place in the community. It's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay, and mean it. That's my dad. In fact, during her 12 years in office, she accomplished everything on her list except expanded health care for health insurance. It took 65 years later and a guy named Barack Obama and I to get the Affordable Care Act passed. But thank God all of us here protected and expanded the Affordable Care Act. Look, it's clear that Frances Perkins and a generation of activists and labor leaders laid the groundwork for much of what we've accomplished in the last 4 years. We're fundamentally transforming the economy by breaking an economic orthodoxy that has failed this nation for generation after generation, in my view. Trickle-down economics, the notion that if the wealthy do very, very well, a little will trickle off their tables onto our kitchen table. My dad used to say, nothing ever trickled on my table, honey. No, I'm serious. My dad was a really well-read man who didn't get to go. He went accepted to Johns Hopkins, but during the war he never got to go. But my dad was a well-read guy. Well, the primary benefits for the very wealthy and biggest corporations were trickle-down economics. And that didn't do much for working people in the middle class and left too many people behind. Together we built an economy from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down. Because we know this simple truth. Wall Street didn't build America. The middle class built America. And unions built the middle class. That's a fact. In fact, As the Secretary of Treasury will tell you, I asked her to do a study because I was going to get hit because I knew they'd say by having unions increase in their numbers and their wages go up, we were going to cost people things. Guess what? The study the Treasury did show that when unions do well, all workers do well, union and non-worker, across the board. It matters, it works, it's fair. Kamala and I are so proud of the great job creation record of any, actually the greatest job creation of any single president in a single term. Over 6 million new jobs so far, including 1.5 million manufacturing and construction jobs. Good paying jobs you can raise a family on, don't have to require a 4-year degree. And get this, there are more women, especially mothers in the workforce, than ever before in American history. We're so damn proud to protected pensions of millions of union workers and retirees. When I signed the Bush-Lewis Act, think about that. Imagine what the average American would say if you were going to do that with their Social Security, which this guy wants to do. Imagine if he said your pension, you can't count it anymore. In addition, we've recovered more than $1 billion in back wages and damages for over 600,000 workers here in America. We push for a right to a living wage and your right to overtime pay. Jobs and factories are coming back home to America because we invested in an American agenda. We're modernizing American infrastructure. Last guy had the job, he had infrastructure week every week. Didn't build a damn thing. Well, guess what? We built a lot. And guess what's coming? Look, folks, one of the things that is frustrating, I knew this was going to happen because I've been around a long time. I talked over to the Secretary of Agriculture and other places. Guess what? All the things, we have $1.4 trillion in economic and infrastructure growth. That's thousands of good paying jobs. The CHIPS and Science Act, investing billions of dollars, building these fabs that are going to house hundreds of people working, thousands. They're going to be getting paid about average $102,000 a year and don't need a college degree. So much is going on. But it's going to take a little bit of time. But we got to make sure to protect the onslaught that's going to come, because it's hard to see right away. And by the way, I know I got criticized by putting as many of these programs in red states as blue states. Actually more. Well, guess what? The red state guy screwed it up. And we got a benefit. We represent all of America. Not just blue America, not just Democrats, but all of America. Look, as we do all this, we're buying America, using American workers, using American products. And we're standing up to American steelworkers against China's unfair trade practices. We appointed a National Labor Relations Board that actually believes in unions, has pro-union members on the board. Strange notion. And a special thank you to the chair of the board, Lauren McFerrin. Seriously, where are you, Lauren? There, thank you, Lauren. Don't be so shy. Stand up. Let everybody see you. And it's no accident that petitions to form unions have doubled under my presidency. I got all this credit for walking the picket line. It never crossed my mind not to walk the picket line. No, I'm serious. I didn't think it was any big deal. Walked a lot of picket lines. In fact, I was president. I hadn't thought about that. But Pamela walked the picket line. We support the right to fair contracts. Here's one, that doesn't get enough attention. When workers in sectors like construction, manufacturing, mining inhale toxic silica dust on the job, it can lead to lung cancer and other deadly diseases. It's been a major problem for decades, even under Secretary Perkins. She led an investigation, but despite the science, big business blocked the regulation. But not on our watch, not on your watch. With your help, we carried France's mantle and issued a rule that finally reduces such dangerous exposure. And by the way, our Secretary of Veterans Affairs is sitting in front of me here, one of the really good guys. I really mean it. You know, what we not only did with the Chips and Science Act, and then we went and made sure we were going to take care of veterans. We said all those folks in my generation exposed to Agent Orange couldn't prove that their illness was a consequence of it. And all those like my son's generation that exposed to toxic burn pits in Iraq and other places, that it's assumed that my son came back, for example, with stage 4 glioblastoma, more brain injuries than anything else. And guess what? They're entitled to the benefits that they were going to get if they had not lost their lives. Their families. And to ad lib here a little bit, I think the American people are beginning to figure out all we're doing is basically decent and fair. Just basically decent and fair. We have a lot of sacred obligations. I got in trouble for saying this before. But we only have one truly sacred obligation, to prepare those we send into harm's way and prepare for them and their families when they come home. And that's a simple proposition. Finally, that's happening. What you got, another million now? 1 million you're taking care of. Make no apologies. I'm so damn proud of that. Look, folks, in our 4 years together, we made historic investments that have changed the course of the nation's future and will have a lasting impact for decades to come. And I'm here to say, to state the obvious, we could not have done this without the dedicated professionals here at the Department of Labor and all across this administration. Could not have done it. And I'm damn proud to be known as the most pro-labor administration in American history, because we are. We are. We make no apologies. Look, let me close with this. Francis Perkins once said, "The people are what matter to government, and the government should aim to give people, all people, under its jurisdiction, the best possible life." The best possible life. For my dad, it was a simple proposition. Everybody deserves a shot. No guarantee, but a shot. Everybody deserves a shot. All of you have helped upheld that vision, putting people first, no matter who they are. Another important legacy of our administration, making sure we learn from history, lift up stories that often have gone untold. Earlier this year, during Women's History Month, I signed the first ever executive order on recognizing and honoring women's history, to increase representation of women in historic sites all across America. Today I'm proud to stand here in the Francis Perkins building, headquarters of the Labor Department, to designate Francis Perkins Homestead in Newcastle, Maine, a national monument. Secretary Holland is also going to be announcing 5 new National Historic Landmarks to honor women's contributions to American history. It includes Charleston Cigar Factory, excuse me, where black women led workers' strike that opposed gender and racial discrimination, advocated for better pay for working conditions. Look, too many people want to rewrite history or ignore it. Look, all we want to do is make sure we record history, the good, bad, and the indifferent, who we are. I was able to show up in Indian country and apologize for what we did to the Indian Americans, for the schools we made them go to and took them right off the reservations for their parents. Throughout our history, women's vision and achievements have strengthened this nation, to state the obvious. That's why I've kept my commitment to have an administration that looks like America. It includes having more women in senior access all across the board, starting with my amazing Vice President Kamala Harris. It's about time we honor them in building an American Women's Museum and History Museum on the Mall. And the Women's Suffrage National Monument on the National Mall. And by the way, it's time for Congress to move and authorizing that legislation moving forward. They should do it now before this Congress ends. Folks, our administration is coming to an end, but our work continues. We get up. We keep going. We keep the faith. I know I will. I know you will. Just remember who in the hell we are. We're the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity when we do it together. Nothing, nothing, nothing. And God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. And now, I will sign the proclamation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Here.
Good afternoon, everyone. The Secretary returned this weekend from his latest trip to the Middle East, where he discussed the principles that he outlined early last week as essential for delivering on the aspirations of the Syrian people after the fall of the brutal dictator Bashar al-Assad. Those principles include that the transition process should be Syrian-led and Syrian-owned and produce an inclusive and representative government, that the rights of all Syrians, including women and minorities, should be respected, that humanitarian aid should be able to reach people who need it, that Syria should not be used as a base of for terrorist groups and should have peaceful relations with its neighbors, and that chemical weapons stockpiles should be secured and safely destroyed. In a joint statement, which I hope all of you saw, issued after the meeting of foreign ministers that the Secretary attended in Aqaba, Jordan on Saturday, those principles were endorsed by a number of our partners in the region, as well as a number of countries in Europe and the European Union. Over the coming days, we will continue to engage with actors on the ground in Syria about the importance of adherence to those principles, as well as with our partners in the region and around the world about what they can do to advance those principles as well. As the Secretary said on Saturday, our message to the Syrian people is this: we want them to succeed, and we are prepared to help them do so. And with that, Mary.
Secretary, during the trip, also talked about direct communications with HTS. Could you say who from U.S. government talked to who at HTS, and what was the message? What kind of feedback you got?
I'm not going to get into that level of detail, but we have had, I will say, more than one communication with HTS over the past week. And those communications have been largely focused around, let's call them, two buckets of issues. The first is the importance of locating and returning Austin Tice to his family. As you know, that has been a top priority for the United States government. We have a number of people engaged on trying to find Austin Tice and bring him home, and we communicated directly to HTS that anything that they could do to help us find him, we would greatly appreciate, and they committed to do that. The second area of communications has been around the principles that the Secretary laid out publicly early last week, and then you saw countries in the region coalesce around over the weekend. Those are the ones I just went through, making clear to HTS that while we have heard them say in their public statements that they're committed to an open and inclusive and transparent government, that we believe it is important that they actually adhere to that, as well as adhere to these other principles, and that we will be watching them closely over the coming weeks.
Right. So at the moment, it sounds like a number of things are being discussed. Delisting HTS, perhaps potentially an eventual recognition. A lot of these things are somewhat on the table, not immediately, but I'm wondering, you did lay out your principles, but what is the first thing that you need to see from HTS for you to take a step with one of these? And delisting specifically because of the sanctions, it's very hard for any investment to come to Syria right now.
So a few things. Number one, with respect to all of the potential steps that we could take, delisting HTS, removing some of the other sanctions on Syria, formal recognition, all of those we are going to take based on actions, not by statements. So just as a general guiding principle for all of you who are watching how the U.S. will respond, that's what we're going to base our actions on. I'm not going to get into trying to sequence which one of those could come first, or which of those principles we're going to look at to be implemented first by HTS. We think they're all important, but we're watching what they do now, and certainly making clear that they want to be inclusive in dealing with other groups inside Syria. Making clear that they respect women and minorities as they stand up interim governing authorities, making clear that Syria won't be used as a base for terrorist groups. We're going to be watching all of those things over the coming weeks.
Okay, a couple of more things. On Austin Tice, you've been in touch with a number of groups that are on the ground in Syria. Has any U.S. government delegation been inside Syria for Austin ties? Are there any plans for anybody to go?
No U.S. government organization has been on the ground in Syria as of yet. We have been in communication with groups on the ground in Syria, and that includes not just HTS, but other groups in Syria, including the White Helmets, of course, who do a lot of important work on locating detainees, and other civil society groups about the search for Austin Tice. We feel that right now we are able to get good information. I can tell you that over the past week, there have been a number of times, and I think a lot of you know about this because I get questions from you about it sometimes. There have been leads that we have seen that we thought might lead to Austin Tice being located, and we have pursued those. None of those leads have turned out as of yet. I know at times you guys have found leads and reported on the possible location of Austin. So we are getting information about what's happening inside Syria, and we are able to pursue those leads now and able to run them down. And as it pertains to when someone from the State Department might actually be on the ground in Syria, I don't have anything to announce today, but of course, stay tuned.
Okay, a couple of final things. Have you have any of the information you received from the contacts on the ground in Syria, have you received anything that would reinforce your working assumption that Austin Tice is alive?
I'm just not going to get into the underlying information that we have. This has obviously been something we have been watching for some time, right? We've been trying to get him home for years. And I think it's best that I not speak to kind of our underlying assessments. As the president said, we believe he's live. We're trying to locate him. I don't have any new information.
Okay. And Secretary today had a meeting with the family of Ayşenur Egi, the Turkish-American woman who was killed by Israeli military in West Bank. We understand the family has asked again for an independent U.S. criminal investigation into the killing. But we understand the Secretary made no promises. So can you talk a little bit about that meeting and why the U.S. isn't basically giving that assurance that it will look into the killing of one of its citizens?
Sure. I will talk a little bit about that meeting. I'm not going to talk about it in detail because it was a private meeting with the family. The Secretary in that meeting offered, once again, his deepest condolences to the family for Ayşenur's death. It was a death that never should have happened, as he has said previously. He told them that Israel has told us in recent days that they are finalizing their investigation into the matter, and he committed to them that as soon as we learn anything about the results of that investigation, we will report it to them. And then with respect to a United States investigation, it's not a matter that the State Department can undertake or a matter that we can speak to. As you know, when it comes to that type of investigation, that would be in the remit of the Justice Department. We have an independent Justice Department for a reason inside our government, so it's ultimately something for the Justice Department to speak to. And the State Department can't speak on behalf of an independent law enforcement agency as to what they may be doing or what they might do or might not do.
But just final thing, is it your opinion? I understand you cannot speak for DOJ, but would you say that it would be appropriate for the U.S. government to carry out its own investigation?
So to answer that question, I would have to violate one of the principles that at least this administration has felt is pretty sacrosanct, which is the independence of law enforcement investigations and other branches of the government not trying to put themselves in the shoes and speak for or encourage action by what is, for very good reasons, an independent law enforcement agency.
I just want to clarify something. You just said no U.S. government organization has been on the ground in Syria since the fall of Assad. That's strictly with respect to searching for Austin Tice, correct?
So there are not. Yes, of course. There is the longstanding military personnel that's been there in that counter-ISIS mission. I wasn't speaking to that. I'm speaking to with respect to diplomatic and other personnel that might have been engaged in the search for Austin Tice or other diplomatic activities.
Yeah, just to follow up on something Humera said, and then you said the French are sending a delegation to Damas, to Syria. The Brits are doing the same. Could you just give us a reason why you would not want to, at this stage, I mean, there seems obvious reasons, but I'd like to hear you say it, why you wouldn't be sending a direct delegation rather than the context that you've had.
Let me just say two things about that. Number one, we have had the ability to date to be able to communicate with all of the relevant parties on the ground in Syria, including HTS. And the second thing is I'm not ruling out that we won't send personnel to Damascus. Stay tuned over the coming days.
Why are you not ready to do so right now?
I didn't say that we weren't. We haven't sent any as of yet, and we will continue to assess the situation.
Are they on
We
the
will
way?
no. There's no one there. There's no one on the way. We'll continue to assess the situation, and when we decide it's appropriate to send personnel in, I'll come out and make an announcement about it.
Another question related on Netanyahu on Sunday. The Israeli government approved the doubling of the population in the Golan Heights, which of course they've annexed. There's a lot of backlash against that from all different sides and partners. What are the U.S. thoughts on that?
Look, our policy with respect to the Golan Heights hasn't changed. I don't have any comment on the announcement of people moving from inside Israel to the Golan Heights.
You don't think it potentially, I mean, given the timing and all of this, that it could complicate things in terms of Syria more larger?
So these are not people.
At this point in stage, you have everyone seems to want a piece of Syria. Right
So
now,
these are
and
not,
everyone is involved.
These are not people who are moving to the buffer zone that is covered under the 1974 disengagement agreement. And we have made quite clear our opinion about the buffer zone is that we ought to believe it ought to be upheld. Israel has said that the deployment of forces into that buffer zone is temporary. We believe that deployment ought to be temporary, and the 1974 disengagement agreement ought to be upheld. And if you look at the statement that the United States signed on to, along with our partners in the region and a number of European countries on Saturday, it called for the upholding of Syria's territorial integrity, and we stand by that position. Go ahead.
Latest update on the hostage negotiations in Gaza. It seems like there's a lot of optimism, but is
I'll take that, and I'll come. Go ahead.
On the region. So there's been a lot of optimism, but do you see a deal in the offing, and is it a deal that the U.S. finds productive for moving to a post-conflict era?
So the negotiations have been productive in recent days. We have continued to try to work with the other mediators to narrow the differences. We have been down this road so many times before, though. It's hard to stand here and say we're optimistic about it because we are very much realistic about how difficult it has been to reach a deal. There are really, and this has been true for some time, there are a very small number of differences that remain between the parties, and we continue to believe that those differences can be bridged. We continue to work to bridge those differences. The Secretary, in his meetings with President Erdogan and the Foreign Minister of Turkey last week, Hakan Fidan, emphasized to them that any influence that they have with Hamas, now is the time to use it. And I can tell you that the Foreign Minister came back 24 hours later when he saw the Secretary in Aqaba and said that they had been pushing for a deal. And we know, of course, that Egypt and Qatar, who have relationships with Hamas, have been pushing Hamas for a deal. We are not leaving anything. We are pushing as hard as we know how to do at this point, and we believe we can get to a deal. But again, it remains incumbent on Hamas and Israel agreeing to those final terms and getting it over the line. And I can't in good conscience stand here and tell you that that's going to happen, but it should happen.
Syria?
Yeah, go. Jenny, we'll stick with Jenny. No, go.
Matt, are you conveying to HTS that they need to expel all Russian troops as perhaps contingent to lifting sanctions that as we've heard from the EU?
I'm not going to get into the conversations that we've had with them. Ultimately, as you heard me say last week, the disposition of those 2 Russian bases inside Syria is a matter for the Syrian people to decide. But when you look at Russia's history inside Syria, it is one of being complicit in the massacre of hundreds of thousands of Syrian civilians. Russia propped up the brutal, murderous regime that gassed its own people, that murdered its own people, and so certainly I think that Russia has a lot to answer for its actions inside Syria.
So would you consider not lifting sanctions until there is an expulsion of Russian troops?
So I'm not going to get into our internal deliberation process, but we have made clear what the factors are that we are looking at. And there are factors that largely relate to the Syrian government's interaction with its own people, as well as things like not threatening its neighbors and not being a base for terrorism.
And then I have another on transition if you want to come back.
Yeah, I'll come back to you. Nadia.
The Syria and Gaza, but on Syria, just going back to Austin Tice, there were some reports indicating that he might be actually in Iran or Iraq, or might be taken by Maher al-Assad, which is the brother of Bashar. Any truth to these reports that you know of?
No, not that I'm aware of. I haven't seen those reports, and I can't speak to their veracity.
Information that he is in Syria.
We do not have specific information about where he is. We continue to work to try to locate him, but we don't have specific information about his whereabouts, or we would have been able to verify that information already.
Okay. The attacks that carried by Israel is almost 450. One of the biggest attacks was yesterday. It was described like an earthquake bomb. The leader of HTS said that he's not seeking conflict with Israel. Do you still believe that these attacks are justified?
Look, so Israel has spoken to why they have launched these attacks. They've said that they are concerned at a time of great instability, when you have the government of Syria that has fallen and an uncertain path ahead about who is going to control Syria and who is going to control the Assad regime's quite significant military stockpiles, that they have taken steps to ensure that those stockpiles don't fall into the hands of terrorists. Now, we have been in conversation with them about that goal. We also believe it's important that no party take any actions that would further destabilize the situation in Syria at a time when we want to push to increase stability, and we'll continue to have that discussion with them.
And just on Gaza, another journalist, a colleague of us, has been killed yesterday. That brings the number of journalists being killed in Gaza to 196. How many times we can ask the same questions that journalists in Gaza needed to be protected, and how many incidents we're still waiting for the Israelis to be investigated and for you to come back to us and said this person's held accountable for the killing of Muhammad
So
Balouch?
journalists in Gaza absolutely need to be protected. When it comes to Israeli government investigations, you should ask the government of Israel that question. We obviously engage with them about that and press for answers, but you are certainly welcome to do so as well. Those are Israeli government investigations, but we have made clear that when it comes to journalists, they need to be protected. I will tell you, ultimately, the answer to this is to get a ceasefire, which is why we continue to push for a ceasefire. The journalists that are operating in Gaza are doing so with incredible heroism. All of us in this room, including in many cases the United States government, know what we know about actions on the ground because there are journalists there that are reporting on it. The U.S. doesn't have any personnel on the ground to verify reports, so we rely on journalists to bring that information forward, and we rely on the work that they do. But as long as it is an active conflict zone, journalists are going to be at risk the same way other civilians are going to be at risk, which is why we believe the ultimate answer to this question is to reach a ceasefire, and why we continue to use all of the diplomatic muscle that we can bring to bear to try to get one over the line.
Sure. I mean, the reason I ask you is because the United States value press freedom and the work of the journalists on the ground, but we don't hear you condemning the killing of Palestinian journalists like you condemn the killing of other journalists in conflict zones.
We absolutely condemn the death of any journalist. We don't want to see any journalist hurt anywhere. Now, when it comes to the specifics of how any one journalist dies, while we object to the killing of any journalist, oftentimes we don't know the circumstance under which they were killed, whether it is an accidental strike, whether they were somewhere where they were covering an incident and there was a militant nearby. It's difficult to speak to the motives behind a strike when we don't know them, but absolutely we condemn the death of any journalist anywhere in the world.
Okay, and the killing of civilians, there was a grandfather of a girl that was killed a year ago called Dream, 2-year-old. The grandfather was killed yesterday. His name is Khalid Nabhan. And he became an icon because he was very close to his granddaughter, and he was killed as well in Nusayrat camp yesterday. Do you still think that this is also random killing? It was an incident that needed to be investigated. How these civilians are dying every single day, whether it's 50 or 60, it's a number that we keep repeating all the time in every briefing.
I think that there continue to be unspeakable tragedies happening in Gaza every day. Not just the death of civilians, the maiming of civilians, the people who find it difficult to get enough to eat, the people that find it difficult to get access to medical care. It is an ongoing tragedy, and the answer to stopping that tragedy is to reach a ceasefire. which doesn't just require acquiescence by Israel, it requires acquiescence by Hamas. And that is what has been so difficult to get over the past 7 months, well, more than that, 7 months since the president outlined the ceasefire proposal that we put on the table, but we've been pushing to get a ceasefire since long before that. There are two parties that have to agree to a ceasefire. And I know everyone always asks me questions in this briefing room about actions by the government of Israel, but there are two parties to this conflict. And they both have to agree to this ceasefire. And we will continue to push both parties to come to an agreement precisely because the tragic deaths that you laid out, quite rightfully, continue to happen and need to stop.
Thank you.
I'll come
just
to
follow up on the journalists. 190 journalists. That's all by accidental, you think?
I can't speak to any of those incidents without having full information. But ultimately, Saeed, every one of those deaths is a tragedy, which is why we need to stop more deaths from happening, which is why we need to get a ceasefire.
No, I understand. I just want, you don't think that all of them are accidents?
I don't offer. So, Saeed, I don't offer opinions based on
Okay.
speculation from this podium.
Right.
I offer them based on conclusions that we're able to reach after looking at a full assessment of incidents.
Okay. Following up on the talks that you explained just a little while ago, the Israeli Ma'arif newspaper just came out with a report that basically Egypt has reached an agreement with Hamas on some sort of a transitional committee that is not Hamas, that could run Gaza and look after things and so on. Would that be acceptable to you?
I'm not going to speak to that report. I'm not aware of it, but I can tell you we have been having conversations with a number of parties in the region for some time, which you know because I've spoken to them from this podium before, about what the post-conflict period ought to look like in Gaza, including what governance ought to look like. We've made clear that the status quo as it existed before October 7th cannot continue. Gaza cannot continue to be governed by Hamas. But as to what the governance looks like, not something I can speak to today.
Okay, because Netanyahu said today, told the court that he will not be able to attend tomorrow, and normally there's something, maybe big. Do you expect there may be an announcement tomorrow on a ceasefire?
I have no idea why he's not able to attend the court hearing tomorrow.
Couple questions on the Palestinian issue. Israel is deploying dozens of autonomous weapons all throughout the West Bank that basically will not be able to discriminate between a perpetrator or a civilian and so on. Doesn't that make every Palestinian in the West Bank potentially a target
I can't
for Israel?
I can't speak to that particular deployment, but I would say when it comes to the use of any weapons, that our expectations are the same, that Israel must fully comply with international humanitarian law and protect civilian life.
All right. On the aid, the Financial Times, I guess, reported that aid is at its lowest point, despite what you're saying that they a lot. Yeah. Can you explain to us the aid situation now?
It continues to be extremely challenging. We have seen some improvements. There were a number of days last week when we saw hundreds of trucks go in, but then you have other days that the aid level is much lower. Continue to be barriers to the delivery of aid inside Gaza that we work to try to overcome, but it continues to be really a crisis situation. And I think ultimately the conclusion that we have drawn is like the ongoing deaths of civilians in an active conflict zone, the provision of aid in an active conflict zone is very different, or is very difficult, and it's another reason why it's so critical that we reach a ceasefire.
Let me ask you on the appointment of ambassadors. The coming administration named Mark Huckabee as ambassador to Israel, and Israel named Leiter, who is a well-known, Kahanist, and as ambassador to Washington. So I want to ask you. I mean, doesn't it seem like maybe the whole diplomatic U.S.-Israel diplomatic engagement will focus on maybe settlements and annexation and so on with these two? And
you mean the post-January 20th diplomatic
January
engagement?
20th. Yeah, of course I'm asking you. You always say that there's one president at a time, one administration at a time. Well, we always say the same thing. But is there anything where you can actually say we will not accept? I mean, if he comes, I don't know when Leiter is coming to Washington, but maybe something that this is not a good idea. Or you issue a statement that this is not.
First of all, let me just say, with respect to other countries, they are free and open to appoint ambassadors as they see fit. It's not a decision for the United States. And when it comes for the policies that will be pursued by the Trump administration and the personnel appointed by the Trump administration, it's just not something that I should speak to.
I
So
think
I'm happy to speak to our ambassadorial appointments, but not those being made by the Trump administration.
But you do have a view. I mean, this is U.S. diplomacy at its finest.
I have a view that it is my job to stand up here and speak on behalf of the personnel that President Biden has appointed and the policies that he is going to pursue, and not opine on whatever policy positions an administration that I will not speak for may choose to pursue.
Okay, so in principle, you think that the United States of America should have no say-so on the, as far as the character of said ambassador is, whatever crimes he may have committed, and whatever, it's all acceptable?
If we started trying to pick and choose and opine on every ambassador that 200 countries around the world appoint to the United States, we would be in this briefing room for a very long time every day. Tom, go ahead. I'll come to you next, Nike.
Aizgi and the meeting today. Just on a point of fact, I mean, you've set out how you can't speak for the Department of Justice and the call for a US-led investigation, but that's not all the family are asking for. And one of the things they want is just some basic information for the State Department to ask the Israelis, for example, for the name of the unit involved, the name of the unit commander, things that they would want in the interest of transparency as American citizens who seen their loved one killed. I mean, are you asking for those things from the Israelis?
So we are asking for the results of their investigation, I would assume, but we'll see when we get the results of that investigation. You would expect that investigation would talk about the unit that was involved as well as the things that have happened. We will see what's actually in that investigation when we get the report from the government of Israel, but what we committed to the family is that we will brief them as soon as we get those answers.
Some of these things are quite basic things that aren't the result of an investigation. I mean, knowing the unit involved is a very basic piece of information.
I hear you,
they don't even know that the US could ask the Israelis now.
I hear you, but look, they're in the middle of an investigation. Well, I shouldn't say in the middle. They're near the end of an investigation where we expect that they're going to come to us and brief us on the results of that investigation. And if we don't get satisfactory answers to the questions that we have asked of them, of course we will continue to press them for more information. Saeed, is there something you'd like to share with the rest of the class over there?
I'm looking at the ministers that are being appointed to run Syria. So maybe you ought to take a second look at that.
Maybe on silent mode, not for the rest of us.
Yeah. To continue, do you have any sympathy with an American family who look at this situation and, in their view, see differential treatment? Because, here you have an American that's been killed by a strong ally of the United States, which is armed by the United States. Those weapons go into the West Bank. They go into the use of live ammunition against civilian protests in the West Bank. And yet they believe that nothing is being done. They said they walked out of that meeting today and felt no further sense of optimism after the meeting with the Secretary. Do you have any sympathy with that frustration?
Of course we have sympathy for the family. And the Secretary said that directly to the family. And if you heard the Secretary's public comments, not just what he said privately to the family, but you all heard his public comments after she was killed, when he made clear that her death was unacceptable, that it was an avoidable tragedy, that it was something that should not have happened and should not happen again, and that we will demand answers from the government of Israel. And we are demanding answers from the government of Israel. Now, we also respect that when there is an ongoing investigation, it's appropriate to get those answers at the end of that investigation, not in the middle. That's the same thing our law enforcement agencies and our military would do, by the way, if they were responsible for the death of a citizen of another country. They would complete an investigation and then talk about what they found when that investigation ended, not when they were in the middle of it. Now, if we don't get appropriate answers to the questions that we have put to the government of Israel when we're briefed on the outcome of that investigation, we will absolutely go back and demand more. We 100% understand why Eisenhower's family is demanding answers and is demanding accountability, and so are we. We are doing it on her behalf, and will continue to do so. And I cannot in any way imagine the tragedy that they have had to go through, and I would be every bit as angry as they are if I were in their shoes.
I guess their frustration is about
you know, of course, what they see as the absolute injustice of her being killed by military force while she's at a civilian protest. Not just that, but about the fact that was an American citizen, and they don't see their own government, in their view, doing enough.
And I am
pressure.
I am in no way going to quarrel with anything that they have said, because if I were in their shoes, I would absolutely be demanding accountability, and I would be pressing my government for answers as well, and they were absolutely right to do so. And what I can tell you is that we are demanding accountability. We are pressing the government of Israel for answers, and as soon as we have those answers, as soon as that investigation is complete, we will provide them to her family.
Okay, and it's just that then goes to the wider issue, which is, and again, the attorney for the family says this: we have been here so many times before, Shireen Abu Akleh, Rachel Corrie, Omar Assad, where, you know, American citizens killed by the Israeli military, and you have said the same things. You've said we'll wait for the outcome of the investigation. In the case of Shireen Abu Akleh, in the end, you said that you've got the Israelis to change their rules of engagement. But here we see live ammunition used against a civilian protest in a village that has seen their land taken away by an illegal settlement outpost. So they say this is systematic. This is, you know, the use of live ammunition against civilians, and it's been going for a very long time. This is your ally that you arm, and still nothing changes.
And we have made clear to them the outcome was unacceptable. We have made clear to them that they need to look at their rules of engagement, and we will continue to press that with them. Thank you.
United Nations Special Envoy for Syria, Patterson, has called for ending the sanctions on Syria to facilitate reconstruction. Is the United States prepared to support their efforts in the United Nations Security Council? And do you have any meetings to preview?
I don't have anything to preview today with respect to any of the sanctions that we, as the United States or other entities, have imposed on either the government of Syria, the former Syrian regime, or with respect to HTS as a terrorist organization. But we have made clear the principles that we want to see the transition process and a new government adhere to. And before we make any kinds of decisions about recognition or about lifting sanctions, we want to see their actions actually adhere to those principles. We want to see them take actions on behalf of the Syrian people. And we're going to make our decisions when it comes to sanctions posture, when it comes to recognition posture, when it comes to all the tools in our toolbox, based on what we see from HTS and other actors on the ground in Syria.
But given some of the conditions on the ground has changed in Syria, including some of the ground conditions stipulated in the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2254 has changed. Is it fair to say the U.S. is open to lifting economic sanctions?
We are going to make our decisions on economic sanctions based on the decisions by the interim authorities in Syria. If they change, if they pursue, look, let me say it this way. Our sanctions are never meant to be permanent. We always impose sanctions to try to induce changes of behavior. And if we see changes of behavior, of course, we are open to lifting our sanctions. And you've seen that in the past when when various governments have changed their behavior, and we have lifted sanctions in response to those changes in behavior. That's true in Syria as it is anywhere in the world.
I have a quick one on Ukraine, if I may.
Yeah.
Do you have anything on the what Ukraine said that North Korean soldiers casualty in Kursk, and then what happened if those North Korean soldiers cross the border to Ukraine? Are they becoming a legitimate target?
So, in our view, the North Korean soldiers who were deployed to Kursk are already legitimate targets. They entered a war, and they are, as such, combatants and are legitimate targets for the Ukrainian military. We have seen North Korean soldiers who have been killed in action on the battlefield inside Russia. And if they were to cross the border into Ukraine, that would be yet another escalation by the government of Russia, and also an escalation by the government of North Korea to send North Korean troops to prosecute a war of aggression against an independent sovereign nation inside that nation's borders. That would absolutely be an escalation by the government of North Korea.
Is China responding to the U.S. ask to use their influence to curb the military cooperation between Russia and North Korea?
I'm not going to get into the conversations that we have had with the government of China. Ultimately, China can speak to whether they have appropriately used that influence or not, but I would say that there is certainly more that they can do with respect to encouraging Russia not to take not just this escalatory action, but the long series of actions that they have taken. Yeah.
Thank you. On Serbia, I have a question. Amnesty International said on Monday in a report that Serbian officials installed homegrown spyware on the phones of dozens of journalists and activists. How concerning is this for the U.S., which considers Serbia as a partner?
So I can't speak to that report. I'm not in any position to verify it, but just speaking broadly, we have made quite clear since the outset of this administration the concerns that we have about governments that use spyware to track journalists, to track dissident groups, to track to track others who legitimately oppose or report on government activities. And you have seen the United States take action to stop the use of that spyware. But as it comes to this specific report, I can't speak to it. Janie.
Thank you, Matt. Excuse me. Applications of South Korea and Russia and North Korea. Due to the impeachment, South Korean President Yoon's duties have been suspended. Do you think there will be a gap to U.S. South Korea foreign policy and security sectors established by President Biden and
no, yeah. There will be no diminution in the alliance between the United States and the Republic of Korea. That alliance is not just an alliance between presidents, it is an alliance between governments and an alliance between peoples. And our commitment to that alliance remains ironclad. We have seen the Republic of Korea over the past few weeks demonstrate its democratic resilience. That is democratic resilience that was hard won several decades ago. And we've seen them follow peacefully a process that was laid out by the Republic of Korea's constitution. And we are ready to continue to work with the acting president and the government of the Republic of Korea in the same way that we were acting and cooperating with President Yoon.
And also North Korea and Russia made military cooperation publicly. What is the United States response to North Korea and Russia's, what is Russia's actualization of military cooperation? Do you, regarding this issue, be sanctions against?
So you have seen the United States just today oppose additional sanctions to disrupt military cooperation between the DPRK and Russia. We also, in the recent days, issued a foreign ministerial joint statement with the G7, and we will continue to take appropriate measures to address our concerns with that unprecedented cooperation.
Thank you.
Yeah, changing region very quickly. Do you have any? There was a devastating hurricane or cyclone in Mayotte, in the Indian Ocean, French territory. We don't know the number of casualties. It's very complicated and all that, but certainly devastating cyclone. Does the U.S. intend or have any assets that you could forward or that you're willing to forward to the region, or any contacts in particular that you might have?
So I will say that, first of all, we offer our deepest condolences to those who have been affected by this deadly cyclone. And we do stand ready to offer appropriate humanitarian assistance. And as to details, I have to take it back and get that for you, Leon. Alex.
Thank you, Matt. Going back to the question of North Korean soldiers in Kursk, you said that if they cross the border, that will be escalation. Can you define what you mean by escalation? What kind of reaction would that invite from you?
An escalation means precisely that, Alex. It means it would be an escalation. We have already seen North Korea and Russia escalate this conflict by deploying North Korean soldiers in the first place to Russia. It would be a further escalation to then send them onward to fight inside the borders of a sovereign country. As to what the United States might do, as to what our allies and partners who also support the government of Ukraine, and in this conflict, I'm not going to preview that publicly, obviously.
Thank you. Over the weekend, we heard the president spoke with G7 leadership, and he called G7 leaders to, quote unquote, seize and unlock the full value of Russian frozen assets. Just to clarify, is it the first time you guys are raising this issue? Secretary was in Italy a couple of weeks ago. Why waiting till the very last moment?
It's something that we have been working on privately with our allies and partners for any number of months. Sometimes we feel the best way to move the ball forward is to speak privately to a matter. Sometimes we feel there's added value to speaking to it publicly. I think I'll leave it at that.
And on Georgia, I have a couple of questions on Georgia. I want to get your reaction to what we have been seeing lately around Georgian president. There's a literally coup going on, Russian back, to replace her. Do you have any reaction?
So I'm not going to speak to that specifically, other than to say that we have been greatly concerned about the state of Georgian democracy, the actions that Georgia Dream has taken to undermine Georgia democracy. You saw us just on Friday impose 20 new visa restrictions on individuals affiliated with the government who have been responsible for undermining democracy in the country, and we will have other actions that we're prepared to take in the coming weeks.
On the visa restrictions, you guys have it like two previous packages of visa restrictions. They did not help.
Alex, we're not done. As we made as we made clear in that statement, we have other sanctions that we are preparing to unfold in the coming weeks.
But there are criticism, coming from the Hill, saying that you are demoralizing protesters out there on the city. They've been out there for 3 weeks now.
We could not be more clear, including a statement from Secretary Blinken week before last and a statement from me on Friday, that we are preparing an additional sanctions package that we will roll out in the coming weeks. Now, these are not things, in many cases, that you can do overnight. You have to make sure you get the letter of the law right when you roll out these sanctions, and that's what we're working on doing even as we speak.
Any concern that you're giving an
What's that?
You always say you don't preview sanctions.
We make rare exceptions.
Any concern that you're giving some impression to Ivanishvili that he can get away with what he's doing?
I think that should be, Alex, I don't know how many times to say it, when we have said exactly what you have been asking us to impose sanctions on the government of Georgia. When I come out here and tell you that we're preparing to impose sanctions, I don't think it could be any more clear. Jenny, you'll come back with your, yeah.
Do you have any updates? Is the landing team here? Has there been any communication between the State Department?
Yeah, we have had communication with the incoming administration's agency review team. They have appointed members of the agency review teams, action that they took last week. I will let them speak to the identities of those members, but we are having initial conversations with them this afternoon here at the State Department about the path forward. We will reiterate to them, as we have been reiterating publicly for some time, that we stand ready to do everything that we can to support a successful transition.
Is that more of a policy-focused conversation, more logistical?
So the initial meeting always, and I can tell you I've worked on 2 transitions, always the initial meeting of this nature is more of a logistics question, because people come in and they want to know that they want to know what resources are available to them. They want to map out a series of meetings. Oftentimes they have requests for information that they put to the incoming administration, and they will prioritize what is most important. So this is an initial meeting about how the process should unfold over the coming weeks. And then what usually follows that, what we have said we are ready to do with them, is to as the incoming administration identifies its policy leads in different areas, to engage with them so they understand the actions that we have taken on various policies, what may be pending, things that we expect to happen either between now and the end of the administration, and then in some cases work that is ongoing on January 20th, because for all the for all the focus on what we'll do in the next few weeks, the vast majority of the work of government are things that just continue, things that are in process that continue and get handed over. And so you'd like to brief the incoming administration on what those are so they can be ready to take decisions.
Conversations or meetings between the Secretary and Senator Rubio?
So the last phone conversation they had, they agreed that they would meet in person. I don't have a date to provide for that meeting, but when it does happen, we'll of course make it public.
Can I just ask a one-off on the drones over the skies of New Jersey and Pennsylvania? I know that's probably a DOD, DHS, but is there any indication this is the work of like a foreign entity or adversary from the State Department perspective?
I don't have any assessment at all to offer from the State Department. As far as I'm aware, this is entirely a law enforcement matter, and a law enforcement and Pentagon matter. So I would refer to DHS and DOD to speak to it. You go to.
questions on Syria, but first I want to ask a quick question about Secretary's meeting with Ayşe Nur Egi today. Is there a reason why this meeting was not included in the Secretary's public schedule today?
Usually we don't make meetings with private individuals public on the Secretary's schedule. We put meetings, there are exceptions that we put meetings with foreign governments, we put meetings with organizations, but in the past when the Secretary has met with private individuals, we don't put it on his schedule. That said, and we also try to respect the wishes of the family who don't always want the meetings to be public, and we don't talk about meetings if the family doesn't want us to talk about them. But then when we have meetings that they are comfortable with us speaking to, I'm free, as I am in this case, to come out and speak to it publicly.
Okay, one more on Syria, please. A couple more on Syria. Secretary Blinken said in Ankara last week that there is a broad agreement with Turkey and the US on Syria. I wonder, is that include the northeast Syria, because you have a major disagreement because of the US's support for the YPG, which Turkey considers the Syrian branch of the PKK, a designated terror group by both the US and Turkey.
So this continues to be an extremely delicate and extremely difficult issue that we are working on with our Turkish counterparts, and it was the conversation. It was a large part, not all, but a large part of the conversation between Secretary and his Turkish counterparts, as when it was, of course, a conversation at the meetings in Aqaba over the weekend. Look, we understand Turkey's legitimate right to go after a designated terrorist organization, which the United States considers a terrorist organization as well. We
consider the YPG.
I'm speaking with respect to the PKK.
YPG is widely accepted, considered as the Syrian branch of the PKK.
I understand. We have designated the PKK, and we respect their right to go after that organization. I will just say what we have made clear to all the parties that we have engaged in on this issue, that Syria is in such a fragile state right now that we don't want to see any party take an action to pursue their own unilateral interests over the broader interests of the Syrian people. That this is a time to increase stability, not to further devolve into sectarian fighting. And in addition, the SDF does incredibly important work in the counter-ISIS coalition, a coalition of which Turkey, of course, is a member. It is in the interests of the United States, it's in the interest of Turkey, it's in the interest of the Syrian people and all the countries in the region that ISIS not rear its head again, that the ISIS fighters who are being held in SDF custody not be released. And so we're going to continue to work through that. It is an extremely difficult issue, but we're going to continue to engage with our Turkish counterparts. I suspect it's something we'll be talking to them about this week.
It's an important partner in the fight against ISIS or Daesh, I might say. But Turkey has been telling you that, if you want to fight ISIS, work with us instead of, using one terror group against the other. And Turkey is your NATO ally. Why don't you work with your NATO ally instead of a group that your NATO ally designates as a terror group?
So we have been discussing this with our NATO ally and trying to come to the best path forward. But as I said, even considering Turkey's very legitimate national security interests at this delicate time, what we are trying to avoid is Syria devolving once again into sectarian fighting. Just came through the collapse of a regime that presided over a brutal, years-long civil war, and we don't want to see any actions that would further destabilize the situation and further lead to the suffering of the Syrian people.
Does it include the actions by Israel?
We have made clear to all parties that we want to see actions that promote stability, not promote instability. Every party in the region. Yeah.
Thanks, Matt. Because you use the words, no party should take any actions or any actions that are unilaterally in the interests of that other party over the broadest interests of the Syrian people. There's no way that you could then see what Israel's doing that's not a unilateral action in the interest of it.
So first of all, we have made that clear to every party, including the government of Israel. I'm not sure that just to argue with the kind of logic train that you presented, I'm not sure that increased weapon stockpiles sitting around Syria is necessarily something that's in the interest of the Syrian people at the end of a brutal civil war when they have seen those weapon stockpiles turned on their own people.
What about the territory that is being invaded by Israel, that is the buffer zone?
And we have made quite clear that we believe that action ought to be temporary. Israel has said, and they can speak for themselves, that they took the action because they saw the Syrian army withdraw from that buffer zone, and it created a vacuum that could be filled by terrorist groups. They have said it's temporary. They can speak for themselves. We have made clear that we believe it also ought to be temporary.
In Washington later today, the Syrian embassy is raising the opposition flag. My understanding is you guys signed off on that.
I have seen that reporting. I don't know what it comes from. We don't control that building. We don't control the operations that happen there. So the raising of a flag is a decision that's made by the Syrian permanent representative to the United Nations.
And you haven't recognized that new flag?
We have not, no. We have not. Tom, come back to you.
There's no change in status of the Syrian embassy in Washington, D.C.
No, there is not.
I think there's probably an erroneous kind of thing that's circulating online suggesting it could be reopening, but I mean, this obviously won't happen. So.
No change. Humera, go ahead. Yeah.
So you're saying that the destruction of Syrian arms and the Syrian army is actually in the benefit of the Syrian people? I just want to.
That is not what I said. I
So
said
what
that
did you say on
this? I said this is what the way the government of Israel has explained the actions that they are taking. I was just interrogating, as I said, the logic train of Willie's question.
But you said something akin to, I think that the arms and so on that were used
That have been
against the
turned
Syrian
on the
people,
on the Syrian people.
that would be to their benefit. That's what you're saying?
That's not what I said. Go ahead, Humera.
Just on SDF and Turkey-backed SNA fighters, the United States brokered a ceasefire between them last week, largely focusing on Manbij. That seems to have ended today. Could you first confirm that and tell us if there are any U.S. efforts to extend it?
So I can't confirm that, but what I can say is that we continue to engage in very intense diplomacy with all the parties in the region, the parties in northern Syria, our Turkish allies, about anything that we can do to increase stability in northern Syria. And as I said, try and avoid any actions that would lead to the SDF being distracted from their important fight against ISIS.
Right.
I'm not gonna. I get the point of the question, but I'm just not going to get into the underlying details. I can just tell you it's something that we are actively engaged in.
Okay.
Without saying more.
This seems to be a short-term ceasefire thing. Is the U.S. involved? Are your conversations also targeted towards achieving something more permanent between those parties there?
So in the immediate term, we want to see the situation stabilize. Long term, of course, we want to see a Syrian government established that has full control of the entirety of its territory, that governs in a way that is inclusive of all the organizations, all the various ethnic groups inside Syria. But obviously, we're a long way from that today. Nick, go ahead, and then we'll wrap today.
Question. There was a report that the U.S. would raise a new Syrian flag over the embassy here in D.C. Is that accurate?
No, so I was referring to that somewhat. It is not an action that the United States approved. We don't have control of that facility. It's not a facility that is under our control. We don't decide what flags are raised or lowered there. That is a facility that, to my understanding, is controlled by Syria's permanent representative to the United Nations, and they make those decisions. So with that, wrap today. Oh, yeah, go ahead. One more. Sorry, one more.
Quickly, on the in Syria, the Israeli military's actions in Syria, is there any concern on the part of the U.S. that this could interfere with the search for Austin Tice or perhaps harm Austin Tice? There's some reporting now that the family has reached out to Netanyahu's office to request that they pause operations.
I'm not aware of those conversations. I can't speak to any concerns that we have about it. But obviously, we continue to be intensely focused on trying to find him and return him home. Thanks, everyone.
like to remind all members, as I did during statements today, for members to be careful not to refer to other sitting members by their names, but to use their titles or to use their writing names. The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, while the Leader of the Opposition continues to play politics in this place, we look forward to presenting the fall economic statement later this afternoon that will have a series of important measures for Canadians. Things that are going to help them with the affordability challenges, that are going to put Canada, Canadian jobs, and the Canadian economy first. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I would like to ask the honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton, to please not take the floor when he is not recognized by the Speaker.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. We already knew that between 20 and 40 Liberal MPs no longer had confidence in the Prime Minister. We also knew that 8 ministers would be jumping ship. Today, the Minister of Finance decided to step down instead of presenting the fall economic statement. She wrote, black and white, that she disagrees with the Prime Minister on the best path forward for Canada. So she has also taken away her confidence in the Prime Minister. We are watching this government, this Liberal government, fall apart, and it's pretty ugly to see. Will the Prime Minister call an election? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his question. As I mentioned, as a government, we are looking forward to presenting the fall economic statement later this afternoon. There are important measures in there for Canadians when it comes to affordability in particular, and we are exclusively focused on Canadians. And we will continue to protect Canadian economy and Canadian jobs. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. The Deputy Prime Minister has quit because of the Liberals' electoral handouts. She said that Canadians know when we're working for them and when we're focused on ourselves. Mr. Speaker, people can see through their political games. Quebecers don't want these political handouts. Businesses don't want them. Even the Finance Minister doesn't want them. The only person who wants these is the NDP leader and the Prime Minister of Canada. Will they finally stop sabotaging Canada's economy for, so they can buy votes? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I would like to thank my colleague for his question. Cutting the GST on essentials for Canadians is something that's important for many Canadians. And I've heard from many people in my riding who have said that this is something that is important for them. Restaurants, small and medium-sized businesses say that this is something that's important for them, and we are proud of having put that motion forward.
The Honourable Member from Burnaby South.
People can't afford their groceries. People can't find a home to call their own. And the Conservatives are
Order! Order!
Just another reference.
The Honourable Member from Burnaby South from the top, please.
Canadians literally cannot afford the groceries they need. They can't afford to find a home to call their own. And now Trump, buddies of the Conservatives, MAGA Conservatives love this guy, Trump is threatening hundreds of thousands of jobs in Canada. And the Prime Minister is more focused on himself, on infighting. The Prime Minister cannot remain in that position. Will he resign?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, this is not the time for slogan. This is not the time for partisanship. This is not a time to make jokes, Mr. Speaker. This is about rallying for Canadians. This is a time where Canadians need to know that this House and all the members are standing behind them that we're going to invest in Canadians, that we're going to invest in this country, that we're going to invest in our workers, and that we're going to invest in our industry, Mr. Speaker, and that we're going to prepare Canada to be the best prepared to be able to deal with our U.S. friends. Mr. Speaker, this is the time where we show that we're all Canadians.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
So I'll ask again in French. Les gens de la misère.
People are having a very hard time paying for groceries. Young people can't find affordable housing. And beyond that, we have the threat of Trump's tariffs. And that's putting hundreds of thousands of jobs in Canada in danger. And instead of dealing with issues that are important for Canadians, the Prime Minister is dealing with fighting in his own party. It's clear that the Prime Minister cannot continue. Will he resign today, yes or no? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, as I said, this isn't a time for jokes. This isn't a time for partisanship. It's certainly not a time for conservative slogans, Mr. Speaker. It's time, Mr. Speaker, to work together as parliamentarians to defend Canada, to invest in Canada, to defend our workers, to invest in our industry. And, Mr. Speaker, I call on all members of this House to do their civic duty to work for the good of Canada so that we can face the incoming American administration. Mr. Speaker, today we are all Canadians. Let's work together.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP leader is absolutely right. This cannot continue. This Prime Minister cannot go on like this. Housing costs have doubled. Food bank use has doubled. The debt has doubled. Gun crime has doubled. And now we face troubling tariff threats from a president who can see weakness coming from a mile away. The Prime Minister must leave this job, but there's only one person who can remove him, and that's the leader of the NDP. Will he put the country ahead of his pension and vote for a carbon tax election now?
Eric. So, although the preamble to that question dealt with the administration of government, the question itself did not, and the chair has made it clear that we're not doing that. The honourable member from Thornhill.
Prime Minister has lost control. The Prime Minister's own deputy quit just hours before her economic statement, all of a sudden saying, Canadians know when we're focused on ourselves, and describing a newfound disdain for costly political gimmicks. Those are her quotes. Right. This after her own political rival, Mark Carney, wrote the fall economic statement full of things that she didn't want to present. The old boys club isn't in charge. Canadians are. Right. And it's time for credible leadership in the seriousness of this moment, not the fake feminism of this phony Prime Minister. It's time for Canadians to decide. So will anyone or everyone over there finally agree?
Yeah. The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned earlier, we are looking forward today to presenting the fall economic statement that is going to have a series of important measures for Canadians. At a time like this, it is important that all of us band together, united as Canadians, to make sure that we're doing everything we can to protect the Canadian economy, protect Canadian jobs, and to stand up for Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, they can't even stand by each other. Hours before delivering the fiscal update, the finance minister resigned. She lost confidence in the Prime Minister. Last night, the failed housing minister and the worst immigration minister in the history of this country also resigned. A couple of Randys, and now they're up to 9 ministers that need to be replaced. He's lost control of the government. The party of backroom boys is over. The backbench should look up from their laptops, and the NDP leader shouldn't be the only one in this House with confidence in the Prime Minister. Present the statement and call a vote today.
Hear, hear. Again, I'm just going to For the last time. Order. Order. I'm going to ask members once again to remind themselves not to refer to members by their first names. The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure who she's talking about, but I'm still here for now. I can guarantee you, Mr. Speaker, that there are two kinds of people who run for office in politics. There are people who want to do something, and there are people who want to be somebody. And I can tell you, on our side of the house, we want to do things. We want to build the houses to make sure families can afford to keep a roof over their heads. We want to make sure families can afford to keep their food on the table to feed their kids. We want to make sure people can find a job to go to that gives them a sense of pride and allows them to contribute to their communities. On the Conservative side, their guy has been writing essays about why he should be Prime Minister since he was a teenager.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
On Friday, the Prime Minister told Canada's first female finance minister but she was fired, but to keep sweet and present their wildly overspent budget on Monday so that he and an unelected man, Mark Carbon Tax Carney, wouldn't have to take the blame for their broken budget. He then, unbothered, released a video of him making cinnamon buns to get the women folks' vote. How can any woman in that caucus defend that man instead of calling for an election now?
Hear, hear.
The order. The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't realize cinnamon buns were a gendered food, but what I would say is that her question says more about how that member and Conservative members view women in this country than anything else. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Are facing violence in the streets. They can't afford groceries. They can't afford to buy presents for their kids for the holidays. They can't afford anything. Canadian women are far worse off under this fake feminist Prime Minister. And now he fired Canada's first female finance minister because she dared question him. That sounds pretty familiar. No strong women exist in that caucus. Why would any woman defend this man instead of calling for an election?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of respect for that member opposite, but I think she's speaking from her own experience with the Leader of the official opposition when she said that she wasn't going to support him and then spent a year in the hinterlands, Mr. Speaker. But what I will say is that when it comes to actually doing things that support women, we have done that on this side of the House. Whether it's affordable childcare that is making it possible for hundreds of thousands of women to join the workforce, making contraceptions free, or the Canada Child Benefit that is helping families pay the bills. And what do Conservative members of Parliament do every time? They vote against them. So actions speak louder than words, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister has lost control. He's lost control of the economy. He's lost control of immigration. He's lost control of so many files. And now he's lost control of the government. It's long past time for an election. This Prime Minister has sat too long here for any good that he has been doing. In the name of God, will he go to Rideau Hall, call an election, and end the chaos?
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you well know, and as every member in this place knows, just because a Conservative member of Parliament wishes something does not mean that it actually happens. But what happened over the past couple of weeks, Mr. Speaker, is the government secured the confidence of this House. And the government does enjoy the confidence of this House, Mr. Speaker, and that is why we will be presenting the fall economic statement later today, which we look forward to sharing with Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. We're watching a historic moment here. The Deputy Prime Minister quit, saying that she disagreed with the Prime Minister on the path forward for Canada. The Deputy Prime Minister no longer has confidence in this Prime Minister to govern. Her lack of confidence is added to that of 8 other ministers. The Prime Minister can't claim to have the confidence of the people if he doesn't even have the confidence of his own ministers. Will he do the democratic thing and put his future in the hands of the people and call elections? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, I know that all of our colleagues want to work for Quebec and the entire country, Mr. Speaker. At a time like this, what Quebecers expect is not to hear fiery slogans, Mr. Speaker. They expect us to work together. This is a moment where we need to work together to prepare Quebec and Quebec's industry to face the American administration. We need to prepare Quebec and the rest of Canada to win in the 21st century economy. And I can tell all Quebecers that that's what we're doing on this side of the House. That's what we wake up and do every day, Mr. Speaker. We get up to serve Canadians. We want to be there for Quebecers and the whole country. We'll continue to do so. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. In 2020, the Prime Minister made Bill Morneau step down because he wasn't spending enough, and he put the current Deputy Prime Minister in his place. She has now quit because she wasn't spending enough. Imagine how much the third Finance Minister is going to have to spend to keep their job. They're going to have to go over to the NDP to find somebody who's ready to spend that much. Seriously, this is a disastrous economic statement. Will the Prime Minister resign? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers know that the Bloc likes to pick a fight, Mr. Speaker. But today, Mr. Speaker, the government is going to present a fall economic statement, Mr. Speaker, in which will show that we're there for Canada's industry and for workers across the country. At a time like now, Mr. Speaker, what Quebecers and Canadians expect from everyone, and especially from the Bloc Québécois, is that we be there to defend their interests, that we be there for families, for seniors. That's exactly what we're doing on this side of the House, and I hope the Bloc will stand up and support the government, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. The government is getting ready to table an economic update without a finance minister. Nobody, not even the Liberals, wants to wear this economic statement. It's the ultimate proof that we can't go forward with a $60 billion deficit just to offer political gimmicks. A deficit for measures that neither Quebecers nor businesses have asked for. Measures in this have been denounced by economists, including in the finance department. It's not surprising that nobody in the Liberal Party wants to be responsible for it. Will the Prime Minister do the right thing and stop with these measures? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, we want to move forward. If the Bloc wants to go backwards, that's up to them. But on this side, we're going to go forward, Mr. Speaker. Why? Because families in Quebec, Mr. Speaker, who are watching us, need a government that's there for them, that's there for dental care, for kids, for seniors, for industry, for Quebec, for Canada. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we'll continue to fight. We will continue to fight every day for all Canadians because the country deserves that we be there to stand up for it, Mr. Speaker. I would invite members to please not take the floor when other members have been recognized by the Speaker. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, everyone knows it. The Prime Minister has lost control. He's lost control of immigration. He's lost control of the cost of housing. He's lost control of his caucus. And finally, he's lost control of public spending. And he's lost the confidence of his Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. The Prime Minister has caused a huge amount of damage for Canada. We know it. Most Canadians know it. But now it's time to say enough. Can the Prime Minister please take his responsibility and call an election today? The Honourable Minister of Labour and Seniors. Mr. Speaker, the government later today will be presenting its economic plan. It's a solid plan for Canadians, which will ensure fairness, it will ensure good jobs, and it will continue to make sure that Canadians' economic interests are respected. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I can't believe that the Minister believes the words he's saying. We know that this doesn't make any sense. The Finance Minister quit this morning because of this. She knows that none of this makes any sense. And the Finance Minister said that given the threat that we're facing, the way that we do it, that we deal with that will define us for a generation. We know that Canadians are smart. Will the Prime Minister call an election today? The Honourable Minister of Labour and Seniors. It's time, Mr. Speaker, to put that partisanship aside and to rally as Canadians together, because Canada will have to face a protectionist threat from the other side of the border. And we are preparing for that, Mr. Speaker. We will have a solid plan, and I hope that we will be able to count on that member and his party when Canada will face that threat. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, what's happening is serious and it's unprecedented. The Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, quit just a few hours before the fall economic statement. It's just a bomb that's gone off, because even in the United States and around the world, people are talking about this, and in a bad way for Canada. That's the reality that we're looking at today, Mr. Speaker. The former Finance Minister said no more than $40 billion of deficit. The Prime Minister pushed her aside to listen to Mark Carney. Will the Minister of Industry please tell us what Mark Carney's deficit will be when it's presented in 2 hours? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I have a huge amount of respect for the member for Louis Saint Laurent. And as my colleague has already said, we will be presenting the fall economic statement later today, Mr. Speaker. A fall economic statement that'll be there for families. It's an economic statement that'll be there for workers, an economic statement that'll be there for industry, but also, Mr. Speaker, an economic statement that'll be important. And we're expecting that the Conservatives will be ready to support it so that we can face the threat from the United States, Mr. Speaker. Canadians expect better than slogans, Mr. Speaker. Canadians expect actions. Will the Conservatives have the courage to defend Canada and to vote with the government to prepare Canada for the future, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, I've heard that Liberals are a shiver looking for a spine to crawl up, and we're seeing this play out in real time as they've let postal workers and, in fact, all workers down. At this time, when Canada Post CEOs got bonus after bonus while denying fair wages to its workers, this government continues to betray people and cave to corporate interests. As the former Deputy Prime Minister said, Canadians know when their government is not working for them, but working for themselves. New Democrats know where we stand. We stand up for workers every single day. When will this government do the same?
The Honourable Minister of Labour and for Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, Canada went through a 4-week postal strike where letter carriers, who we do thank for their service to Canadians and who I know we all have deep affinity for, were out for a very long time. Not only the government, but the Canada Industrial Relations Board has judged there to be a fundamental impasse in the negotiations. We have found an imaginative way forward, a way to get a collective agreement for Canada Post and its hardworking letter carriers, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, they are not listening. The former Deputy Prime Minister said it best today. Canadians know when the government is working for them or for themselves. Well, the Liberals have made it clear where their focus lies. The Minister of Labour's out-of-touch response last week to postal workers is a slap in the face. They deserve safety at work and livable wages. People are tired of the Liberals and Conservatives siding with rich CEOs at their expense. Now Canadians want to know, will the Minister of Labour be the next to resign?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Labour and for Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, as that member well knows, postal workers and Canada Post were struggling to find a path forward at the negotiating table. It had gone on for 4 weeks. Canadians were, quite rightly, whether they were in Indigenous or remote communities, whether they were small business persons, whether they were people expecting medicines, Mr. Speaker, we were being pressed to act. We found an imaginative way forward with an industrial inquiry commission. We will ensure that Canada Post operates for the holidays, Mr. Speaker, and we're glad that we did.
Good, good.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about something that's on everybody's mind.
and that is the Canadian Dental Care Plan. Mr. Speaker, 1 out of 4 Canadians skipped a visit to the dentist because of the cost. But thanks to the Canadian Dental Care Plan, more than 1 million Canadians now receive that care, and every day that number continues to grow. Mr. Speaker, applications for the Canadian Dental Care Plan opened for adults with a valid disability tax credit earlier this year. Can the Minister of Diversity and Inclusion please tell us how persons with disabilities are being helped by this important plan? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for Diversity and Inclusion.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Dental Care Plan is already saving Canadians an average more than $730 per year. This will help almost 200,000 persons living with disabilities access dental care. Mr. Speaker, we know this is making a huge difference in the lives of people on the ground. We also know, Mr. Speaker, dental care is health care, and we will continue to make sure Canadians are getting the support that they need. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
This week, Prime Minister has lost control. Carbon tax Carney wrote the fiscal update, filled it with poison pills, so he could blame the Finance Minister while pushing her off the fiscal cliff so he can take her job and eventually the Prime Minister's job. The Finance Minister figured out the plan, so she resigned in protest. She said she no longer has confidence in this weak Prime Minister and carbon tax Carney's plan. If the Prime Minister's own caucus and cabinet don't have confidence in him, even though the leader of the NDP does, why should Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, in a moment where Canadians are looking for leadership, the Conservative asking the question can only come up with names to lobby towards his political opponents.
Colleagues, it is very important for us to just hear the question and hear the answer. The Honourable Minister, from the start.
From the top.
Mr. Speaker, the very best that the Conservatives can offer to this conversation is name-calling, mudslinging, not solutions to the problems that Canadians are facing. When I talk to people at home, they want their governments to be focusing on creating good jobs to make sure people can afford to put food on the table. They want to make sure that governments are advancing policies to invest in health care and housing. They want to make sure we're doing more to protect the environment. Every time we put policies on the table to accomplish these ends, the Conservatives throw their hands up in the air, vote against, and just sling mud towards their opponents. That is not what people in my community want. It is not what Canadians deserve. We're going to advance solutions that introduce real and meaningful changes that will benefit people who live in this country.
I'm just going to ask the Honourable Member from Dufferin-Caledon, please, to hold off on making comments while the other people have the floor. The Honourable Member from Calgary Forest Lawn.
He's right. After 9 years of that incompetent minister and the Prime Minister, Canadians are looking for leadership. Carbon tax Carney's Canadian comeback fueled a fiscal feud for the former Finance Minister. Carney wrote the fiscal update, pushed insane inflationary spending, and brought in the 2-month tax trick while trying to blame the Finance Minister for taking Canada's finances off a cliff. Will he stop passing the blame on to women in his caucus and call a carbon tax election now so common sense Conservatives can give the power back to Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, I was wrong before when I said all they had was name-calling. Apparently they have alliteration as well. But, Mr. Speaker, that is not going to put food on the table for people who need it in my community or his. It is not going to put a roof over the head of people who are vulnerable in this country. Mr. Speaker, if he wants to make this argument about whether women will be supported, I wonder if he has ever approached the leader of the Conservative Party about using hashtags to specifically attract the attention of men who hate women to support him online. I wonder if he's asked questions about why he's canceled the investigation as to who was behind it, or perhaps it's because he knows it was the Conservative leader himself.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, everything is out of control. Home prices have doubled. Food bank use is seeing 2 million users in a single month, and the real fiscal advisor to this Prime Minister wrote the financial update for this afternoon, and included a temporary 2-month tax trick and is set to smash through the massive $40 billion deficit promise that was made by the finance minister. When they tried to blame the economic vandalism on her, she quit, saying that she doesn't have confidence in this Prime Minister. Now, they can't tell us how much they've spent. They can't tell us who's in charge. How can anyone have confidence in this Prime Minister?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives seem to know the cost of everything but the value of nothing. They do not see value in investing in childcare, which has not only reduced costs for families, but led to the largest increase in women's participation in the labor force in the history of this country. They don't seem to believe there is value in investing in social housing, in public housing, in affordable housing, so everyone in this country can have a roof over their head. They don't believe in the value of the Canada Child Benefit, which is ensuring middle-class families in this country can put food on the table. So before he continues to sling mud and arrows on this side of the House, he perhaps should look inward and ask why he is not even allowed to advocate on behalf of his community, because his leader has said that's just not in order.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Yeah, we talk about having confidence. This is coming from a minister who said just today that he's not going to continue to serve in the cabinet of that Prime Minister. Just like the finance minister who said she doesn't have confidence, or the 7 other ministers over there, or the 1 in 5 Liberal MPs who said they don't have confidence in this NDP Liberal Prime Minister who broke housing, who broke immigration, who broke our finances in this country. These Liberals talk about costs, but they have absolutely no idea how much they've spent. No government has ever spent so much to achieve as little as this government has. We know why the NDP leader has confidence in this Prime Minister. It's for his pension. But why should Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague is right about one thing. I did announce this morning that I'm not going to be seeking re-election. But I can tell you, if he thinks that's a matter of confidence, I can tell him it's that I have confidence. I am going to be the best father to my kids that I could possibly be over the rest of my life. And that is what is most important to me. But Mr. Speaker, while I have the floor, I should say thank you for the opportunity to engage in the tete-a-tete over the years. This may be one of the last opportunities that I have, and I want to use it to make this point. Canadians want governments to invest to increase the quality of life that they get to enjoy. We seem not to be able to agree on that basic tenet. On this side of the House, we will put measures in place to support families, not advocate for cuts that
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I would like to quote the Deputy Prime Minister: Canadians know when we're working for them, and they know when we're focusing on ourselves. Mr. Speaker, she's right. 71% of Quebecers believe that the GST vacation and the Prime Minister's cheque are electioneering measures. Democracy loses out as a whole when so many Quebecers believe that a Prime Minister is trying to buy them off. Will the Prime Minister finally realise that there is a limit to putting Liberal priorities ahead of the common good? The Honourable Minister for Innovation. Mr. Speaker, we have no lessons to learn from the Bloc Québécois. If the Bloc were truly here for Quebecers, they would vote for their best interests. For months, the Bloc is contributing to the Conservative tactics of blocking Parliament to stop bills that would make Quebec a better place. Instead of trying to squabble, can the Bloc finally go beyond squabbles and actually work for Quebecers to allow this Parliament to function? Quebecers expect better from the Bloc, and will always be here on this side of the House to defend Quebecers. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. The Deputy Prime Minister's resignation confirms that the Prime Minister has gone too far in pushing for Liberal measures at all costs. She has confirmed that the Prime Minister is no longer legitimate. He cannot move forward with a full economic update without a finance minister. She confirms that the Prime Minister cannot continue to govern without a new plebiscite from the people. The Deputy Prime Minister has confirmed all of this Will the Prime Minister finally trigger an election? The Honourable Minister for Labour. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois simply rejects economic updates without having read it. That's why they voted against the Canada childcare benefit. That's why they voted against our dental plan for Canadians. And many Quebecers are benefiting from these programs. They voted against the guaranteed income supplement. They systematically vote against all assistance for Quebecers. So we shouldn't be surprised that the Bloc, once again, is rejecting our measures that will help Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Carbon Tax Carney is the Prime Minister's official economic advisor, and his plan was always to push out the Finance Minister and take her place. Let's look at his advice so far. He forced her to bring in the GST tax trick. Carney also forced through insane inflationary spending, smashing through that $40 billion guardrail. Carney's economic plan is so bad, the Finance Minister resigned in protest rather than humiliate herself into reading his homework. Now nobody knows who the Finance Minister is. Mr. Speaker, enough is enough. Why won't the Prime Minister do the only honourable thing left and let Canadians decide for themselves in a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Another day, another attack against Canadians from the Conservative Party of Canada. Anytime someone steps up who disagrees with their vision for Canada, what do? Personal attacks, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve better than the slogans and personal attacks that we get from Conservative members of Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
The attacks on this government's economic record are coming from inside the Liberals' own cabinet, Mr. Speaker. And it looks more and more like Carbon Tax Carney's plan to push out the Prime Minister is working as well, too. For Carbon Tax Carney, it's always been profits over people. Look at his record. Since he became the top economic advisor to the PM, he's moved his own company's headquarters to New York City. He got caught unethically lobbying the UK government. And his firm Brookfield is now looking for $10 billion in taxpayers' money for a new investment fund, which would be managed by Brookfield, his own company. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve better than this government in shambles. Why not call a carbon tax election and let Canadians decide for themselves?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the People's House, and in it we should be debating things that are pertinent to the administration of government. But what we hear from the House Leader from the Conservative Party of Canada is attacks on Canadians, Mr. Speaker. The person he is talking about is not a sitting member of Parliament, is not a cabinet minister. It is someone that they are attacking simply because they do not share their vision of Canada. Mr. Speaker, every single Canadian deserves better than what we hear from the opposition today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
The Prime Minister's lost control. Hours before delivering a fiscal update, the Finance Minister resigned, joining 1/5 of the Liberal caucus and saying she doesn't have confidence in the Prime Minister either. And there's only one person left keeping this Prime Minister in power, and that's the Leader of the NDP. The fall budget is scheduled to be tabled in 54 minutes, and we don't even know who the Finance Minister is. The Liberals' own cabinet order on succession states if it's not her, it's the Industry Minister, but he says he doesn't want to. So that means it's supposed to go to the disgraced member from Edmonton Centre. The question is, will the other Randy be Canada's next Finance Minister? And how much is he investing in fraud?
Again, I've asked members to please not do indirectly what they can't do directly by referring to a member by their first name. The Honourable Leader... Order! The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. again, all we see from Conservative members of Parliament is personal attacks and mudslinging against Canadians. Mr. Speaker, what we all need to be doing right now is standing united for our country, making sure that we are protecting the Canadian economy, Canadian jobs, and making things a little bit easier for Canadians. We look forward to presenting the fall economic statement later this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Speaker, our government takes the safety of children seriously. That's why we put forward a comprehensive plan to bring Canada into the 21st century and change our online world, making it safer for kids and better for all. The Conservatives are blocking the plan and they're standing in the way of a better future for our kids online. Parents want the Online Harms Act. Experts want the Online Harms Act. Can the Minister of Justice explain why C-63 must be passed to keep our kids safe?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, last week I asked for unanimous consent to split the Online Harms Act and advance the child protection measures as soon as possible. Every single party got on board except for the Conservatives. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party said no to forcing the removal of child sexual abuse material from the internet. They said no to Amanda Todd's mother, Carol. They said no to Rehtaeh Parsons' mother and all the other parents who are begging us to act. While Conservative inaction keeps child sexual abuse material online, on this side of the House, the government will continue to fight for victims, parents and kids to keep them safe.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. The Prime Minister has completely lost the plot. He's lost control of immigration, of our borders, of public finances. He's also lost the confidence of 20 or 40 members of his caucus. He's lost the confidence and trust of his right-hand woman, the former Minister of Finance. The Prime Minister has lost everything. Will he finally let go and trigger an election so that Canadians can take back control of their future? The Honourable Minister for Immigration. For Innovation, rather. Mr. Speaker, I am not a new minister of anything, not immigration or anything else. We have no lessons to learn from the Conservatives. Today, what the government will table is an economic update that will be here to invest in Canadians, invest in industry, invest in our workers. But, Mr. Speaker, what we've seen today during question period is deplorable. Canadians who are watching us today expect better from the official opposition. Now is the time to work together, to defend our country, to be ready for the next US administration. It's disappointing to see that the opposition is playing political games on a day like today. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I can't quite believe what I just heard from the Minister for well, not the Minister for Finance, he said no, but the Minister for Innovation. The Minister is out of control. His former right-hand woman was very striking in her letter. We have to preserve our fiscal capacity against the United States that's pursuing a policy of aggressive economic nationalism. We need to recognize the gravity of the moment. The situation is dire. Canadians need to work. So what do we need? The Honourable Minister for Labour and Seniors. Mr. Speaker, it's not by shouting slogans that this member will claim to create unity in our country. Our government has a serious plan to move forward. We will, through our full economic statement, provide for prosperity for all Canadians, and we will be here to protect Canadians against any potential threat.
The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
The Prime Minister is spiraling so bad, and his obsession for power is dangerous. It's actually dangerous, and it is killing people every day. In Peterborough, and the Peterborough and area families are suffering the greatest rates of food insecurity ever recorded. Do you know what food insecurity means, Mr. Speaker? Starvation, hunger, children. Enough. This is as serious as it gets. The finance minister quit hours before she was supposed to do this, and she doesn't have confidence in this prime minister. No one does. This man is a disgrace, and we need an election now.
I ask member, please, to be very judicious in referring to any member in this place. Order. Order. The Honourable Minister for Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we've made investments to ensure that Canadians, including those in Peterborough, Kawartha, have the support that they need, whether that be through affordable childcare, whether that be through an HST holiday, Mr. Speaker. The people of Peterborough, Kawartha can rely on us, can know that we on this side of the House will fight for them when their Member of Parliament will do everything they can to oppose these supports.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, children in Canada are just not safe online. Our government wants to join the many countries that have now adopted online safety regulations. Yet the Conservatives are preventing our Online Harms Act from moving forward. In fact, shockingly, they're blocking our efforts to remove child sex abuse material from the internet. How disgusting. Can the Justice Minister please describe the importance of Bill C-63 to parents and children and explain why Canadians so urgently need this law now?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, the Online Harms Bill is the product of 4 years of consultation. It is comprehensive legislation that will remove child sex abuse material from the internet. By blocking that very act, the Conservatives have made a clear choice that they will not prioritize the safety of our kids. They don't stand with parents. Amanda Todd's mother, Carol, said she's been waiting 12 years for this type of change. We need to pass this legislation to do right by Carol and every other parent of every other child who suffered abuse online. The question for Canadians and for that party is, will they stand with us and keep kids safe? Yes.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
The Marriage After 60 pension clause is dated, sexist, and unfair. All parties agree it should be eliminated. But the Liberals have sat on their hands and let veterans and their spouses down. The Liberals' former deputy leader said it best: Canadians can tell when the government is focused on themselves and not on real people. And failing to remove this clause proves it. When will the Liberals stop labeling women gold diggers and get rid of this archaic, sexist clause?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister for Veterans Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question and also to take a moment to thank the members of the Canadian Armed Forces for their service. Mr. Speaker, when a person serves in the military, we all recognize that their family serves with them. Our government is sensitive to the situation of widowed spouses who have married veterans after the age of 60, and our government is committed to improving and supporting members of their family as we move forward. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my last question in 2024, I think of the IPCC report. I'm sorry.
Yes, I mean, colleagues, really. I'd like to just hear the Honourable Member. She's at the far end of the room. It's difficult for me to hear, and I would like her to please start again. The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my last question in 2024, I think of the IPCC Sixth Assessment Report that if we do not globally reduce emissions dramatically, peak before and see dramatic reductions at the latest, this is a quote, at the latest before 2025, we will shoot way past the Paris Agreement targets, way past 2 degrees Celsius, and face climate disaster. I think of the words in that film, The Age of Stupid. What were we thinking? to avoid the opportunity to save ourselves when we had the chance. Can the Honourable Minister give us any excuse, but perhaps this question period answers its own question?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable colleague for her question. I would like to remind her that everything we've done since we've been in power in 2015 has meant a 43% decline in emissions in Canada, Mr. Speaker. Greenhouse gas emissions are at their lowest level in 25 years, 27 years, in fact, Mr. Speaker. Our plan is working. We're helping the economy, we're creating jobs, and we're fighting pollution.
Affaires courantes ordinaires. Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Rebel News hasn't broken the story yet.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages.
Ask all colleagues, please, to leave the chamber quietly so that I can hear what the honourable members depositing.
I do have a few things I'd like to say that are very wonderful about the future. Ready to go? Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 46 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration des ministres. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I truly have the honour today, as we get into the end of 2024, to present in both official languages the 23rd report of the Standing Committee on International Trade, entitled Canada's Supply Chain and Expanded International Trade, Challenges and Measures for 2024 and as we move into the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 9th interim report of the Special Committee on the Canada-China People's Republic of China relationship, entitled Canada's Indo-Pacific Strategy 2 years later. Our diplomatic, economic and military presence is valued in the region, and we're making investments in long-term relationships that will be very beneficial for Canada and that region in years to come. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report.
The honourable member for Mississauga Malton.
I have the honour to present in both official languages the 16th report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security in relation to the motion adopted on October 23rd, 2023 regarding the growing problem of car thefts in Canada. Thank you very much.
I understand that the official opposition is going to be presenting a dissenting report. The honourable member from Kildonan and St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to put on the record that Conservatives at Public Safety Committee have included a dissenting report on the Public Safety National Security Committee auto theft report. We heard a lot of testimony from police that this government's soft on crime measures have increased auto thefts in this country. We need tougher bail measures. We need tougher criminal code sentencing penalties for those responsible for auto theft. Conservatives have brought forward repeated measures to do so, voted down by this Liberal government. It's very clear, Mr. Speaker, and we've reflected this in our dissenting report, that the only way we're going to get less auto thefts in this country is if a Conservative majority government comes into power and brings in those criminal code changes to toughen up our measures and ensure the people responsible for stealing cars are put behind bars. That's what's going to happen if a Conservative government comes into power. We've reflected this in our dissenting report, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to contribute that to the public safety report on auto thefts. Thank you.
Here. All right. Oh, I see that Mr. Dubourg, I see that the honourable member from Bourassa has his hand up. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Bourassa.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I have two reports to table. First of all, I have the honor to table in both official languages the 17th report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs, entitled Supplementary Estimates B, 2024-25, Votes 1B and 5B, under Department of Veterans Affairs. And the second report, Mr. Speaker,
to present in both official languages the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs, entitled The Persian Gulf War Was a War. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Chair.
I thank the honourable member. I believe that the official opposition will present a dissenting report.
The honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to table this supplementary report with the House to ensure that the voices of veterans are heard. Over the course of the study in the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs, we heard from many different veterans, particularly from veterans who served in the war in Afghanistan, who continue to be ignored and disrespected by this Liberal government. The committee agreed to study the designation of wartime service, which extends beyond just veterans who fought in the Persian Gulf War. In fact, even veterans who fought in the Persian Gulf raised this point several times. Yet the report tabled in the committee completely neglected to mention even a single veteran who fought in Afghanistan. Veterans put their lives on the line in combat and graciously agreed to travel to Ottawa and share their experiences with the committee, so we owe it to them to include the wisdom they shared with us. Mr. Speaker, Common Sense Conservatives want to make it clear that we are listening to veterans, and we won't let this Liberal government and their NDP allies to continue to ignore their concerns. Thank you.
Thank the honourable member. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Mr. Baker, seconded by Mr. Maloney, moves that Bill C-276, an act respecting Ukrainian Heritage Month, be now read a first time. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to introduce in this House Bill S-276, an act respecting Ukrainian Heritage Month. This bill has passed the Senate, and if passed here in the House, the bill will declare September of every year Ukrainian Heritage Month. I'd like to thank the member for Etobicoke Lakeshore for co-sponsoring this bill with me, and I hope members of all parties will support this bill. The first Ukrainian immigrants to Canada came on September 7th, 1891, and today there are approximately 1.4 million Canadians of Ukrainian descent. They have made an important impact on our country. It spans coast to coast to coast, whether that be economic, social, political, or economic life. At the same time, Canada has welcomed and supported Ukrainian Canadians. Canada was the first country to recognize Ukraine's independence. Canada has recognized the Holodomor as a genocide, and Canada has been a global leader in supporting the Ukrainian people in their fight against Russia's brutal invasion, and we have said that we will stand with the Ukrainian people until they win. Ukrainian Heritage Month would offer a special opportunity for us to celebrate Ukrainian heritage, the role Canada has played in supporting Ukrainian Canadians, and the contributions that Ukrainian Canadians have made and continue to make to Canada. Slava Kanadi, Slava Ukraini!
Героям слава! This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this motion be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Motions. Motion. Présentation des pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
L'honorable député d'Algoma, Manitoulin.
The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
I stand once again in this House to table a petition signed by residents of Wikwimikong unceded territory and surrounding area calling on the Government of Canada to assist in the funding required to build a new elders facility in Wikwimikong. The petitioners note that they have received funding from the Government of Ontario, CMHC, and from community members, but there is a funding shortfall of $20 million. They draw to the Government of Canada's attention that it has funded healthcare facilities largely in the Indigenous community of Moosonee, a long-term care home for Mohawks of Quinte, and a seniors long-term care facility in Rankin Inlet. They add that the current facility in Wikwimikong has reached the end of its life expectancy, and it's vital for the community to ensure that elders can stay in their community to not only share their knowledge and experience with younger generations and remain close to their families, but also not to be subjected to another era of assimilation. Mr. Speaker, I have one more petition. Actually, there's several of these petitions. So I stand to table a petition signed by residents of Northern Ontario who are calling on the House of Commons to recognize the impact that reducing the number of electoral districts in the region following the report of the Federal Electoral Boundaries Commission will have on their electoral representation. They ask that the federal government modify the Electoral Boundaries Readjustment Act to ensure that the number of electoral districts in Northern Ontario are maintained at 10. The petitioners also ask that this House respect the Supreme Court of Canada's 1991 Carter decision that states effective representation and good government in this country compel that factors other than voter parity, such as geography and community of interest, be taken into account in setting electoral boundaries. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Dauphin Swan River, Nipola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honor to present a petition on behalf of constituents. Mr. Speaker, I rise for the 56th time on behalf of the people of Swan River, Manitoba, to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. The community of Swan River is struggling with the rising rate of crime in their area. Statistics Canada reports that after 9 years of this Liberal government, violent crime has risen by 50% and gang-related homicides have nearly doubled. Within the last 5 years, the crime severity index in Swan River has increased by over 50%. According to the RCMP, 4 individuals in Swan River alone were responsible for 309 total offences, 53 of which were violent offences over the course of 18 months. This is why people of Swan River are demanding jail, not bail, for violent repeat offenders. Mr. Speaker, the people of Swan River demand that this Liberal government repeal their soft-on-crime policies that directly threaten their livelihoods and their community. I support the good people of Swan River.
Here, here. Great people.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith. I'm sorry, for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today in a petition around affordable housing, as successive Liberal and Conservative governments have been neglected investing in affordable housing for decades, and predatory landlords have been able to take advantage of the vulnerabilities. The average rent in Coquitlam, in my riding of Coquitlam, for a 2-bedroom apartment has reached $2,900. Corporate landlords are increasingly using rent evictions and demo evictions to demolish affordable housing. So the undersigned ask for the government to impose a moratorium on rent evictions and other forms of displacing tenants, invest in affordable housing, nonprofit and co-op housing, and stop providing billions of dollars in handouts to corporate landlords who are buying up existing affordable housing, evicting people, and raising rents.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. Especially, I table a petition of individuals in Canada that are very much concerned about foreign interference. They make reference to issues of murder, extortion, political interference, and what they're calling for, Mr. Speaker, is that the leader of the Conservative Party get the security clearance that's necessary so that he can actually be more aware in terms of the degree in which foreign interference is playing a very significant role here in Canada, Mr. Speaker. It's a petition in which many have signed, and I would encourage members to take a look at the petition itself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present a petition. The petitioners are calling on the Liberals to permanently scrap their reckless planned expansion of MAID, where mental illness is a sole underlying disorder. Petitioners note that vulnerable persons would be put at unique risk because it is difficult, if not impossible, to determine irremediability, meaning persons who could get better could have their lives prematurely ended, and secondly, that it is difficult, if not impossible, to distinguish between a rational request for MAID and one motivated by suicidal ideation, where the request is in the context of sole underlying mental illness.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
I rise today
table two petitions. The first is with regards to 500 concerned citizens and workers from across Canada. They are calling on the government to take immediate action to protect workers from the growing misuse of non-disclosure agreements, or NDAs, in the case of harassment, violence, and discrimination. NDAs are increasingly used to force workers into silence, preventing them from seeking help or speaking out about mistreatment and misconduct in the workplace. This is increasingly true for workers in low-wage or precarious employment situation. The petitioners calls for legislation that would ban the misuse of NDAs by the federal government and federally funded agencies unless specifically requested by a worker who has received legal advice on alternative ways to protect their privacy. This is a crucial step to protect workers, especially those in vulnerable situations, and ensure they are not silenced or forced to live in fear. I urge all members to support this petition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my second petition, Mr. Speaker, is actually a good news story. It's supporting, again, the calling of the banning of nuclear waste management organization in South Bruce. Despite the fact that we have had a good positive decision as of November 28th, the final decision was made to actually choose an alternative location in Northern Ontario for nuclear waste disposal. The petitioners still want this government to have a proper process in place. The petitioners are concerned about the transportation, processing, burial, and abandonment of close to 1,200 tons of nuclear waste that would remain radioactive for 100,000 years. And they are calling for this to be actually reviewed and mandated through legislation and through law, because the process that was taken through South Bruce was dysfunctional for the community. And again, Mr. Speaker, the community has fought back and won this fight for themselves and their families and the future of our country, and protecting the Great Lakes waterway, which has been asked for repeatedly over these number of years. Thank you.
Hey, the honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country, followed by the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, I'm rising today to table the petition on behalf of residents from Kelowna Lake Country and surrounding region. And to summarize, the residents state that due to bureaucratic impediment to passport issuance and unavailable consular services to many Ukrainians under QAT cannot apply for the open work permit extension, as many temporary resident status is linked to passport validity. And as Ukrainians cannot return to Ukraine due to the war without a passport, without a valid work permit, they become undocumented residents without a legal authorization to work or study in Canada. So the petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to resolve the situation with work permit extensions for Ukrainians in Canada whose passports have expired or are expiring in 2025 or 2026, and allow displaced Ukrainians who came to Canada under QAT to continue working in Canada legally for another 3 years, regardless of their Ukrainian passport validity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is an honour to be able to stand before Christmas and table 3 petitions in the House of Commons today. The first is Canadians that are concerned about the politicisation of charitable status that was promised by the Liberal Party in the 2021 election. Canadians are very concerned about that and have signed a petition accordingly. And Mr. Speaker, it's interesting because the next 2 petitions that I table are brought forward by are issues that are important to constituents but are actually on both sides of a particular issue when it comes to energy development and how to take meaningful action on the environment. But Mr. Speaker, as we know, this is a place where we can have those conversations, and it is an honour to, on behalf of constituents, table both of these petitions, although from different perspectives on issues related to the environment today. And because I'm on my feet and this may be the last chance, Mr. Speaker, I simply wish you and all members of Parliament and all Canadians a very Merry Christmas.
Thank the honourable member, and Merry Christmas to him as well. The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, I have 2 petitions to present today. The first is from Prince Edward Islanders that are concerned about pharmacare, that point out that healthcare is a human right and that age, income, pre-existing conditions, province of territory, and immigration status should not determine their ability to pay. They call on Parliament to immediately pass legislation for a public, single-payer, universal pharmacare program as outlined in the Advisory Council on Implementing National Pharmacare in its 2019 report. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is on the subject of parental alienation and the use of this pseudo-theory in divorce and child custody cases. This is something that is commonly invoked when domestic violence is reported on the part of a custodial parent. It's an unfounded and dangerous theory, and sometimes causes courts to lose sight of the best interests of the child and make decisions focused on parental rights and to trivialize domestic violence. The United Nations has actually spoken out on this through a special rapporteur. The Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women and Girls has urged governments to prohibit family courts from using parental alienation pseudo-theory. And that is exactly what the petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to do. That is to amend the Divorce Act to prohibit parental alienation accusations in family disputes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are wondering when the NDP will finally stop propping up the Liberal government. But I'll get to my petition. The petition comes from the residents of Skeena-Bulkley Valley that states, the government has attempted to ban and seize the hunting rifles and shotguns of millions of Canadians. The targeting of farmers and hunters does not fight crime, and the government has failed those who participate in the Canadian traditions of sport shooting. Therefore, we call on the Government of Canada to stop any and all current and future bans on hunting and sport shooting firearms. And today, Mr. Speaker, I present this petition because the NDP Member of Parliament for Skeena-Bulkley Valley won't.
The honourable member from Hamilton. That's not in I would like to recognize the honourable member from Hamilton Centre who is rising on a point of order. He'll have to take it from his seat. The honourable member from Hamilton Centre is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, you know full well that when presenting petitions, they are not to be political, and the language that he's using, I ask him to call and withdraw when it comes to referencing other members of the House for a petition, because if it's not in his petition, he does not have the ability to reference that.
And indeed, the honourable member from Hamilton Centre is correct. The tradition in terms of the honourable member, when honourable members present petitions, it should be regarding petition. We're not supposed to offer an opinion for or against the petition, but to just present it on behalf of their constituents or other constituents. I'm going to ask the honourable member just to withdraw those, to say that he's going to withdraw those comments and then to continue finishing off presenting his petition. So the honourable member.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Even though it is factual what I said, their MP won't present the petition.
No, I'm gonna just ask the honourable member, please, from just to simply withdraw those comments. No further editorial comment is required.
In respect to the Speaker, I'll withdraw.
The honourable member has finished presenting his petitions. Thank you. The honourable member from Peace River, Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the privilege to present two petitions here today. The first one comes from Canadians from across the country who are concerned about sexually explicit material online. The consumption of sexually explicit material by young people is associated with a wide range of serious harms, including the development of addiction, the reinforcement of gender stereotypes, and the development of attitude favorable to harassment and violence, including sexual harassment and sexual violence, particularly against women. Parliament has recognized these harmful effects and the increasing accessibility of sexually explicit material online for young people, and they see that as an important part of public health and public safety concern. The folks that have signed this petition are calling on the Government of Canada to recognize a 2017 study by the Standing Committee on Health, and they call on the House of Commons and the government to adopt Bill S-210, the Protecting Young Persons from Exposure to Pornography Act. The second petition I have to present, Mr. Speaker, comes from Canadians from across the country who want to raise the awareness about the hashtag Trudeau Must Go. It has been a top trending hashtag on Twitter.
I know, again, members cannot do indirectly what they cannot do directly. And so I'm going to ask the honourable member, even when you're quoting and referring to a member who is sitting in the House, that they would have to make sure that they don't quote that name. The honourable member from Peace River, Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The second petition I have to present comes from Canadians from across the country who want to recognize a particular hashtag that has been trending on Twitter about the Prime Minister must go. This has been a top trending hashtag, and more than 500,000 people have retweeted this hashtag. They have described their concerns around the Prime Minister and including his divisive comments and attitudes towards Canadians who have made different health decisions. They also note that the Prime Minister has passed laws, including Bill C-48 and C-69, the No More Pipelines bills, which canceled many energy projects and drove away investment through their excessive regulations. They also note that this Prime Minister has generated more debt than all previous Canadian governments combined. And they also want this government to axe the tax. They note that the carbon tax continues to drive up prices and punish Canadians who have to drive to work or to school or to get groceries. They also note this serious lack of ethics by this Prime Minister. They note the SNC-Lavalin scandal, the Billionaire Island scandal, the Weed Charity scandal, the $6,000 a night hotel scandal, and the multi-million-dollar Arrive scam app. They are concerned also with his inaction on foreign interference. Therefore, the folks that have signed this petition call on the government, or call on the Prime Minister to resign from office and call a carbon tax election. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honourable member. Took it almost right to the second. The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, has 7 seconds to present his petition.
Please table this petition on behalf of Canadians who are outraged by this government's attack on natural health products, and they call on the House to pass the excellent private member's bill from my colleague from Red Deer.
That was a Christmas gift. Je désire informer la Chambre.
I would like to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset.
Inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset. The Honourable, questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today: 3145, 3146, 3148, 3149, 3153, and 3159. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number 3147, 3150 to 3152, 3154 to 3158, and 3160 could be made for orders for return, these returns would be tabled in an electronic format immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed, and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would then ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Thank the Honourable Member. I wish to inform the House that I have received notice of a request for an emergency debate. I invite the Honourable Member for Regina Capel to rise and make a brief intervention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I've been in this place now for almost 20 years, over 20 years. I've never seen a situation like this before. Today is the day that the government waited to table the fall economic update, where they would publish the true deficit numbers that Canadians will be on the hook for. As you know, the finance minister resigned this morning. It's unclear. There are some media reports indicating that there may be a replacement now, but at the time of the writing of this letter, it wasn't even clear who the finance minister was. All this at a time when Canadians are facing an emergency situation. They're facing the fastest rate of inflation in over a generation. Food inflation, food prices rising 37% faster here in Canada than in the United States. They're facing a housing crisis that the Prime Minister caused by doubling housing, mortgage, and rent payments. 2 million Canadians are lining up at food banks. There are crime and chaos in our street, and now we have a government in shambles. By waiting until the second last day of the December sitting, the government was hoping to table the fall economic update and then run and hide for 6 weeks in the snow, depriving parliamentarians of holding this government to account for the very thing that Parliament exists for, to oversee government spending. Because of this situation, Mr. Speaker, we find ourselves in an unprecedented case where some new person is going to table the fall economic update. We believe, that's according to media reports, it's still unclear. So it's unclear as to how the economic update will be presented. It's unclear as to whether or not any parliamentarians will be able to participate in any kind of a questioning of whichever minister ends up delivering it or tabling it, if they actually do. And then the House rises at the end of the day tomorrow for 6 weeks. Because of this unprecedented and emergency situation, I believe the best thing you can do to uphold the integrity of Parliament as an institution that exists to oversee, to scrutinize, and approve government taxation and spending is to grant an emergency debate. So that's what my letter to you outlines. When you look at the situation that's facing Canada, threats from abroad, we've got 25% tariffs staring down the barrel of a gun pointed at us by a U.S. president with a strong and fresh new mandate who can smell weakness from a mile away, a cabinet in chaos, 1/5 of the government caucus demanding the Prime Minister resign.
Maybe even more.
We believe that it is now time for you to grant this House at least the opportunity to question the government for a few hours this evening on what should be their fall economic presentation. The Finance Minister herself said that going past, the former Finance Minister herself said that going past that $40 billion guardrail would plunge the country into another round of nightmarish inflation and interest rate hikes. Media reports are speculating as to how high that deficit should go, but I believe will go. But I believe it's incumbent upon you now, Mr. Speaker. I know there are precedents and guidelines you might look to whether or not you should approve an emergency debate or not. I think given the fact that there's really no other opportunity for parliamentarians to debate these issues, to scrutinize the economic update that is scheduled to happen this afternoon, I believe you should put the rights of individual MPs and the House as a collective to be the representative of Canadian taxpayers and hold this government to account for their economic update later on today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Regina Capel for his intervention, to which I listened very carefully. However, I am not satisfied that this request meets the requirements of the standing orders at this time. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, reprise du débat sur une motion de...
Resuming debate on a privilege motion with regards to SETC Canada and on the sub-amendment of Mr. Kelly.
The Honourable...
Questions and comments.
Questions and comments. We have 6 minutes and 50 seconds left for the intervention for the member from Calgary Forest Lawn. I see that the honourable member from South Shore St. Margaret's is rising on his feet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened intently to the member's speech this morning. I'd just like him to comment a little bit on the issue of a rare sighting that we've seen today. And that sighting is as rare as the mythical dinosaurs or dodo bird. And that was a Liberal with principle, apparently. I didn't know that the former Minister of Finance had principle, but apparently she does, and resigned over excessive spending of this government. I'm wondering if the member could comment on the fact that the leader of the NDP seems to have less so in terms of concern of principle. I believe that if the Prime Minister stood up and said there was an election, the leader of the NDP would probably say, now's not the time for an election. So I'd like the member to comment on the apparent principle that the former Minister of Finance has compared to the current NDP leader.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
I want to thank the member for such a great question. Often I would think that it's a trap, but thank you for such a thoughtful question. He's absolutely right. I mean, it's sad to see that the NDP has lost all principles just for the greed of the leader of the NDP's $2.2 million pension. They've sold out Canadians entirely. They've supported the same policies that doubled housing costs, the carbon tax scam that's made the cost of everything go up, the same policies that drove more than 2 million Canadians into a food bank in a single month, where now 1 in 4 people are starting to skip meals. He's sold out Canadians, the leader of the NDP. Also, I don't see many other leaders driving Maseratis, but that's the guy who sold out and propped up this corrupt government.
I have a point of order. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Yeah, well, we know that the opposite member will say anything and do anything to get attention, but the leader of the New Democratic Party doesn't drive a Maserati, so lying does not help further his argument. I asked for him to withdraw the comment.
First of all, order. So first of all, what the honourable member raised was a point of order, but during his allocation here, the honourable member mentioned the word lying, and he knows that that's not acceptable in the House. So if he could withdraw the comment, please.
I
I know truth hurts, so I withdraw.
I would just ask members when they withdraw to make sure that they just say withdraw, and I think that that will provide prevent a lot of dissension here in the House. The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
I'd argue that the member from Timmins and James Bay, if he gave attention to his own riding, he wouldn't run away before the next election hiding before his own constituents fire him. Back to the point. Over his $2.2 million pension, he's willing to sell out Canadians, prop up this corrupt, weak, woke, fake feminist prime minister that's driven more Canadians into poverty, that has continued to bring about policies that drive more and more people into a food bank. It's time for a common sense conservative government that bring back the Canada that we once knew.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Madam Speaker, and thank you so much to my colleague for his passionate speech. He dedicates his life to his riding, to his country, and here to ensure that Canadians get the election that they desperately need right now. You know, when we talk about $400 million of a green slush fund that was supposed to help with environmental projects and not one was done, and in fact Liberal insiders got rich, my question to the member is, what would $400 million do if it was used properly in this economy to help the Canadians who are suffering so much? What difference would $400 million that the Liberals misused and gave to their friends do?
For Calgary Forest Lawn.
I want to thank my good friend and honourable colleague from Peterborough-Kawartha for such a thoughtful question. $400 million could get a lot. First of all, let's just address the $400 million that it's going to Liberal insiders. It was a slush fund was created under the guise of climate change just to reward Liberal insiders. But a lot could be done with that. It could have gone to our brave men and women who serve Canada, who are underserved by this Liberal NDP government, who refuse to stand up for them, our brave veterans who are calling out that this Prime Minister has said that they're asking for too much. They deserve all the respect, and they deserve more than what this corrupt Liberal NDP government has given to them.
Point of order, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given what happened earlier today, I would like to inform the House that notwithstanding, there will not be any ministers' the Finance Minister's statement at 4 p.m. today.
Honourable point of order, the Honourable Member from Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As you would know, that was an order of the House that the minister is trying to unilaterally withdraw. I seek the guidance from you and the table whether a minister of the Crown can withdraw a unilateral order of this House to prevent the government from making a statement. I'm looking for your advice, obviously, Mr. Speaker, that the government, due to their own disorder and chaos, can now unilaterally withdraw an order of this House of such magnitude, Mr. Speaker.
Good point. Thank the Honourable Member.
I see the Honourable Member from Berthier-Masquinongé. Point of order. On the same point of order, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois would also like to have clarification on the matter. We heard an order that there would be a full economic statement at 4 p.m. We are here to listen and react. The content has been published in camera. What we're asking, Mr. Speaker, is the right to ask questions, to ask for clarifications, and for that, the term chaos was used. I think that's the right term. In all of this chaos, what will happen? We need to know what's going on, Mr. Speaker.
Tout d'abord, first of all, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member from Perth Wellington et aussi l'honorable député de...
And the Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé for having raised important points of order. I would like to paraphrase the motion adopted by the House on the 11th of December. I'll read it in French and then repeat it in English. Unanimous consent orders that, notwithstanding any special or standing order of the House or any usage of the House, at 4 p.m. on Monday, 16th of December 2024, the Speaker will interrupt House deliberations to allow the Deputy Prime Minister to make a statement, after which there would be 10 minutes for questions and observations after that statement. A member of each recognized official opposition party and a member of the Green Party will be able to have a question and answer period equivalent to the time spent by the Minister in his or her statement.
By unanimous consent, it was ordered that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, at 4 p.m. on Monday, December 16, 2024, the Speaker shall interrupt the proceedings to permit the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance to make a statement, followed by a period of up to 10 minutes for question and comments. After the statement, a member from each recognized opposition party and a member of the Green Party may reply for a period of approximately equivalent to the same time taken by the Minister's statement, and each statement shall be followed by a period of 10 minutes for questions and comments. Alors, comme l'ordre a été adopté.
This order being adopted by the House, there is now leave to give the Minister and Deputy Prime Minister to present the fall economic statement. But the order is for the chair to interrupt at 4.
So, just so that members all understand, as it was very clear in the order that was adopted by the House, the order was for the Speaker to interrupt proceedings at 4 o'clock to permit the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. So it's a permissive situation here. The order is for me to stand up at 4 o'clock, which I shall do. The Honourable Member from York Simcoe. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just for the opposition, could you clarify who the Deputy Prime Minister is and who the Minister of Finance is at this time?
I'm afraid I cannot respond to the honourable member of that, and that question would not be a question that would be posed to the Speaker. That would one that would be posed on to the government. L'honorable député de Berthier-Mascon.
The honourable member for Berthier-Mascon, rising on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, on the same point of order, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say for the record, for the Hansard, that it shows a real lack of respect and it's unacceptable. It's a lack of respect towards all Quebecers and towards all MPs. I'm not speaking of you, but I'm speaking of what's coming from the government here. It makes no sense. It's total chaos. And it proves, Mr. Speaker, that this government is completely dysfunctional. And that sooner rather than later, we should have an election. This proves that.
Before I recognize honourable members who are rising on a point of order, comme il est 16 heures,
it being 4 p.m., pursuant to order made Wednesday, December 11th, 2024, I am required to interrupt the proceedings to permit the Minister of Finance to make a statement.
Given the information provided by the Government House Leader to the House, indicating that the Government does not intend to proceed with the statement at this time, the remaining provisions of this motion cannot take effect. That is, the period reserved for questions and comments and the replies from the various parties which are dependent on the statement being made. Puisqu'aucune déclaration ne sera...
In the absence of a statement, the House will resume the business that would normally be before it at this time.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, but I will go to points of order raised by the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby, followed by the Honourable Member for Sandusky Islands.
Mr. Speaker, this has been a chaotic day, but the reality is this is an order of the House that can't be countermanded by the government. Our expectation is that the Finance Minister will be in this House to present the fall economic statement. That is what New Democrats are prepared for. That is what we want to comment and criticize, and that is why we are here. This can't be countermanded by the government itself. Parliament must be respected, and Mr. Speaker, you must uphold the motion that was adopted unanimously by this House.
Hear, hear.
I see that the Honourable Member for Sandusky Islands is rising on her feet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is not to make the same point as my honourable colleague for New Westminster Burnaby, but given that it was a moment where the Speaker had to stop at 4 o'clock and seek the presentation, I suggest to Mr. Speaker, we're in a really difficult quandary here as opposition party members. We were given access on a confidential, embargoed lockup basis to read the document which we now are not to hear. I'm in a quandary, Mr. Speaker, and I think the Honourable Table officers have many volumes in front of them. But unless they have a volume of Lewis Carroll, I don't know if they can answer my question. Am I allowed to talk about the document that isn't happening?
Good question.
So I'm going to listen. Order. I'm going to listen to the points of order from various members before I come back to members. So the Honourable Member for Regina Capella is on his feet on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to go over the facts of this case. Last week, a few days ago, the government House Leader negotiated in good faith with all the opposition parties a process by which the fall economic update could be tabled in the House. We all agreed on that. That was not something that was going to happen automatically. It took the participation of all parliamentary parties to allow that to happen. We agreed in good faith. We expected it to happen. Everything that has happened today has been entirely of the government's own making. And parliamentarians should not be deprived of the information as to what is the fiscal situation here in Canada. Canadians are facing an unprecedented crisis on housing, on inflation, on debt and deficits. And this government has a statutory obligation to table these documents by the end of the year. This is the second last sitting day. And you have just denied a request for an emergency debate on this very same issue. There is no other opportunity for parliamentarians to find out just how bad the books are. But I go back to the point as to the fact that the government themselves initiated this agreement. The government committed to opposition parties that it would happen today. And so I ask you, Mr. Speaker, the fact that they are in chaos is not the problem of parliamentarians. It is a problem for Canadians, but it is not a problem caused by Canadians. And they have a right to know exactly what's happening with their tax dollars. And now for the government to come in at literally the last minute and pull the carpet out of an economic update is unbelievable. It is not the actions of a serious G7 NATO partner country. So at the very least, Mr. Speaker, I ask that you find the government in contempt of the House order that was passed by all members of this place.